everybody? I'm EnviroBoy. This is my channel. Welcome. Ooh, Sellout Jester. This is just the absolute perfect timing for you to stop on by. Thank you for the raid. Pile in, everybody. It could not have been better timing. How about that? Happy Monday. Happy Monday, everybody. Because that's what it is. It's Monday. Which means it's time to do some writing. And I don't know, if you ask me, that's like one of the best ways to start off a Monday. I really like kicking off Mondays with a little bit of creativity. I feel like it starts my brain in the right place. I'm doing well, guys. Thank you. Hopefully the same is true for all of you. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. My weekend was pretty good. Busy, but good. Was able to do some good coaching for all of my kickboxing students, so of course that started off my weekend right on Friday evening, and then Sunday it kind of ended with that as well. We had a good crowd turnout, so I can't complain. I've been very content. But yeah, we're gonna do some writing. We're gonna work on our campaign, and I'm actually really excited about it today. We missed our second writing stream last week, Thursday, and when that happens, it just means I missed out on writing time, and I always hate missing out on writing time. So I'm very happy we get to sit here and make up for lost time. Kind of, not really, because this is already scheduled and planned, so it's not like we're making up any time. But Stray Cat walked up to you and wanted help, so I mean, eating and sleeping in your room at the moment. That is adorable. That is adorable, and you are a kind-hearted human for accepting such a furry, wonderful creature into your life. My cat's around here somewhere. She was on my lap while I was getting things set up, but then I started talking, and I think she got annoyed with the disruption of her peaceful nap. So she's off wandering. We'll see. We'll head over and we'll get Cat Cam looking at her tree there and see if she stops by. But yeah, let's go ahead and head over and let's do our writing. Let's just do it. Here we are. Oh shoot, Cat Cam's crooked. This tiny little tripod for my desk is convenient, but also a little janky. So I have to do a lot of readjusting of the camera to make sure it's like the right angle and everything. But you know, I'm learning it. End of its rope when it tries to get help from strangers. Yeah, seriously. Well, see, that's the thing though. Like, I think that's what cats want you to think. Where it's like they want you to think that they don't care about strangers and they hate you and they don't want your attention. But I think that's just them playing hard to get most of the time. Because I think cats are actually very clever about that, and that they actually really enjoy having human companionship. They just don't want you to be aware of it. They're the world's best hard to get players. Which, not like I'm going to complain about that, because it means I get scritches with a floofy little fuzzball, so I'm happy about it. But you know, it seems like he used to be a house cat. Left behind. You could check. I don't know about like your locale and how things work wherever in the world you are. But you could take it to a local vet and see if it's been chipped and see if it does have a home. Oh, beans. All right, hold on. We're gonna have to delay the start for just a second. I gotta check and see this is an important work call. I will be right back. I appreciate your patience. Alright, we're back for real. I apologize about that. The nature of my job is that sometimes I need to answer the phone, and sometimes it's important, and sometimes it's not, and this time it was somewhere in between. It was good I answered the call. I would have had to call them back later if I didn't, so, you know. Gotta pay the bills and all that type of stuff, but I don't remember what I was talking about. Let's go ahead and do some writing. Oh, that's right, we were talking about cats and how wonderful cats are and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, no, it's good that you've it's good that you've found a new fuzzy friend. Oh, that's what I was saying. You could always check with the local veterinarian to see if the cat's been like chipped. They might, you know, they have their little chips that you can scan them like a little kitty barcode. and like I know my cat's chipped, so if she ever gets away, anyone can just take her to a vet and they'll be able to let me know that she's been found. So you could always check that if you think that it might have been owned. But I don't know. On the other hand, you know, hey, cat friend, that's fun. All right, so anyway, let's see here. We need to do some writing, but as always, I want to warm up with a little bit of with some work on our rune project that we have going on here. It's definitely been such a good thing for me to like make a habit of warming up with these, because it really gets my brain in the right space, right? My brain in the right brain space. Yeah, I don't know. See what I mean? My brain clearly needs to rev up a little bit here. The engine's not firing on all cylinders quite yet. So let's go ahead and just let's get going. Let's get myself flowing here. Go ahead. We've been working on our abjuration spells, and I think we just finished up. I think we're finished with the level 8 abjurations. Let me check and see. We were discussing it last time. Yeah, we did finish it. We were discussing last time, like, there's a weird situation where it doesn't really matter how well you know, it doesn't really matter how well you know the rule system as a DM. After a certain level, you just kind of lose track of where the of what all the spells are, because your players just never get there, and so it's just never all that relevant, which is really amusing to me. So we're very much in uncharted territory for me when we get up to this high of a level. But you know, well, that just makes it more fun. We're all learning and discovering things together. So let's go ahead and make a rune out of imprisonment here. Oh boy, this is gonna be a dark one. We're gonna start it off on a real bubbly note here, aren't we? Okay, so since this is our first one, I do need to get our new page going here. So I'm gonna copy this, paste it there. We can get rid of a lot of this stuff. A lot of this stuff is for other. Come on, there we go. A lot of this stuff is for other aspects of this magical database that I like to keep for myself for a quicker, easier reference. Based on, like, half of it, it's really funny. Half of the stuff that I put here isn't even necessary stuff. Like, it's stuff that I could look up. I mean, in this situation with the imbibements, we're creating our own homebrew system, so it's good to have the written notes. But in general, like, I'll put in notes just about schools of magic and stuff like that. And it's not even that I'm reinventing anything or making anything weird. I'm just doing it because this way I can organize it in a way that clicks in my goofy little brain and makes it easier for me to look things up and understand. Which is extra funny too, because most other sources have a search function, which would logically be quicker, but I don't know. It's amusing to me. At any rate, copy that. Oh wait, hold on. We need to make sure we get our title in there. Noticed not have that. All right, so we are going to work with the spell imprisonment here. Imprisonment. Perfect. Okay. And so, ooh, this one might have a little bit of stuff for us to do, which is fine by me. Gives us plenty to work on here. Let's see here. Copy, and then we'll just go ahead and paste all of our stuff in here and then format it just a little bit better here so we can have it all nice and pretty. And then we start the editing process. Yeah, look at all these bullets. This is a lot for us to work on. I'm into it. All right. Create a magical restraint to hold a creature that you can see within range. The target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be bound by the spell. If it succeeds, it is immune to this spell if you cast it again. While affected by this spell, the creature doesn't need to breathe, eat, or drink, and it doesn't age. Divination spells can't locate or perceive the target. So, the nature of this one, my immediate thought is that this would be an interesting thing to do if you had, like this would be a really interesting spell to put on, to like as an enchantment to use on like a length of rope or something. That like when anything that's encircled within it like is affected by the spell. So it's like if you have a cloak or something, anything contained within the cloak, or a blanket or a rope or something that can encircle something. Like anything that falls within that is like imprisoned that way, is kind of what my thought is. And that's what I want to do. So the type of item it can enchant, so for this we're going to say, only works if placed on something that can encircle or encompass, there we go, encompass something. We'll do as in a cloak, a blanket, or a length of rope. Cause and you know, with a rope, it's like, it's not like the person needs to be entirely covered by it, but it needs to be able to fully encircle them is what I'm thinking. And so what I'm going to say is when, we'll say, when the item creates an enclosed area in some way, it creates a magical restraint to hold the creature that you can see within range. Target must succeed on a wisdom saving throw or be bound by the spell. I think that's fair. And I'm just going to, for this one, the attack / save here, we're going to put this DC 19 because it's a level 9 spell. And so I always do it with the baseline for an item. The baseline I always stick to is 10 plus the spell level. So that way a really complicated or really high level spell is really difficult for someone to avoid. I think that's good. If it succeeds, it is immune to the spell, is immune to this, we'll say to this item, if enclosed within it again. While affected by this, we'll say, we're just going to change this to item. The creature doesn't need to breathe, eat, or drink, and it doesn't age. Divination spells can't locate or perceive the target. Okay, I think all that's good. I think all that's good. Let's see here. When you cast the spell, you choose one of the following forms of imprisonment. Okay, so we are absolutely going to just... we're going to make these a bit more just clear in terms of how the bullets are set up here, just so it's a bit more obvious the layout of all of this. Okay, perfect. Okay, so you can choose one of the okay, so now with this one, I think what it is when you, instead of when you cast the spell, I'm gonna say when you create the item. So you have to pick it. We'll say when you imbue an item with this spell, you choose one of the following forms of imprisonment. So it has to be you have to pick it, and it's chosen when the item is first made. And I always like setting it up that way, just because it gives items a bit more of a sense of permanence, and it also gives us a bit more leeway when we go to our potential sentience and cursed states for it, right? Because then we can kind of mix those up a little bit more, and we can have there be like multiple effects, or the item can choose an effect because it's sentient and it has a personality, right? It can do some stuff like that. But when we're just creating an item, I always try to make it as permanent as an item as I can, and I haven't always done that in the past, and I find that when I do approach it that way, it makes for more interesting items because there's more specific scenarios and ways in which it can be used. So I find that tends to be a bit more like the complication of that ends up making it a bit more interesting, as opposed to it just always being the perfect item, because it can be changed around as if you're a spellcaster, because the item doesn't turn you into a spellcaster. It's just an item that has spellcasting like qualities. So I think that's good. And then just because of formatting, we're gonna make that a colon because we're listing, and obviously. Surprised you didn't know that, D&D Beyond. Alright, anyway. Burial. The target is entombed far beneath the earth in a sphere of magical force that is just large enough to contain the target. Nothing can pass through the sphere, nor can any creature teleport or use planar travel to get into or out of it. Small mithril orb. I don't know that we need... I think we can actually get rid of that, but what I am going to do is the location of the sphere is set when the item is first imbued. So just like choosing that you want that, like when you first imbue the item, that's when you choose where this sphere that the thing is entombed within ends up being. So I think that's good. I like that. Okay, so chaining. Heavy chains firmly rooted in the ground hold the target in place. The target is restrained until the spell ends. It can't move or be moved by any means until then. Special component for this. Okay, so we're gonna do this. What I'm gonna do is, I'm just adding flavor text for this one at this point in time. The chains, the chains appear from the item, functionally holding the item down, which encompasses the target and in turn holds the target down. Boom. There we go. Coddling. No, it's holding. There we go. Boom. How's it going, Fishy? Good to see you here. Yeah, I like that. And the other thing that I want to do is, if the item is a chain or rope, we'll say, or other similar item, it simply wraps around the target and then anchors to the ground. Boom, there we go. I like that. I like that. I think that's cool. Hedged prison. This is going to be like hedges, like a shrubbery. Spell transports the target into a tiny demiplane that is warded against teleportation and planar travel. Demiplane can be a labyrinth, a cage, a tower, or any similar confined structure or area of your choice. Alright. Special component for this. Okay, yeah, we're gonna get rid of this, and we're just going to say the type of demiplane is established when the item is first imbued. Boom. I think that's perfect just as it is right there. Hi there. What are we doing? What are we working on there? OneNote. Why are we scrolling way over for absolutely no reason? That was odd. Please don't do that again. Okay, let's see here. Minimus Containment. Target shrinks to a height of 1 inch and is imprisoned inside a gemstone or similar object. Light can pass through the gemstone, normally allowing the target to see out and other creatures to see in, but nothing can pass through even by means of teleportation or planar travel. The gemstone can't be cut or broken while the spell remains in effect. Okay, so here's what I want to say. Inside, we'll say inside the item, we're going to say inside the item, which also shrinks down. We'll just say, which also, we'll just say also shrinks. I'm going to get rid of this stuff. So instead of a gemstone, it's just like, so it's like if it's a cloak of imprisonment, you just do that and the cloak shrinks with the person in it. So they're just in this tiny imprisonment cloak. And so we're going to do just that right there. And we'll say the item can't be cut or broken while the can't be cut or broken. I'm just gonna say can't be cut or broken. Yeah, we'll just do that. Spell component for this version of the spell. Okay, well, what I'm gonna do is, well, you know what? I think we can actually just get rid of that whole caveat altogether because we've already kind of specified the flavor of what that one looks like. So I think that one's good. Slumber. The target falls asleep and can't be awoken. Special component for this version of the spell consists of rare soporific herbs. I'm not gonna worry about that one. It's asleep while wearing it. We don't really need that. Ending the spell. Okay, during the casting of the spell in any of its versions, you can specify a condition that will cause the spell to end and release the target. The condition can be as specific or elaborate as you choose, but the GM must agree that the condition is reasonable and has likelihood of coming to pass. The conditions can be based on a creature's name, identity, or deity, but otherwise must be based on observable actions or qualities and not based on intangibles such as level class or hit points. So all of that makes perfect sense. I'm going to delete it and change it completely because it doesn't really work for the concept of a of an item that's enchantment. So what we're going to do is we're going to just first off say ending the effect here, and I think I have in mind how I want to do this. In bold here. When the item is first imbued. Actually, you know what I'm just going to do? What I want to say is when the item that is encircling the target is removed from the outside, the imprisonment is ended. We'll say the target within the item cannot remove it from the inside. Only an outside force may remove it. We'll say the target can be. We'll say here's how I'm gonna phrase this. The item can be moved with the target inside of it. So it's like you can pick it up. So it's like if you have a cloak of imprisonment, right? You can put the cloak on your target and you can then like pick up the target in the cloak and you can move them around, but the target can't get out of the cloak or whatever. And that's how we end up with this. Okay. Yeah, I like this. I think this works. Because we're basically just trying to create an item that, when used to its own specifications, can create a very powerful imprisonment, but that it can be ended from the outside. Because it's the risk for something like this. I mean, especially if you're doing the minimus containment where you're shrinking them down. It's like a tiny little thing that you gotta be able to remove, right? They're like, what was it, an inch tall? You got height of 1 inch. So it's like what, using that middle knuckle right there. That's so tiny. Can you imagine trying to like take that thing off without destroying it? That one might as well be a permanent imprisonment. Yeah, I think that's good. I like it. I like it as it is. Okay, so the next part is spell magic. Spell can end the spell only if it is cast at a 9th level spell, targeting either the prison or the special component used to create it. I'm going to say the prison or we'll say the item. Since some of them it's like I can imagine like the burial one. It's like you just throw a blanket on the target, and it's like they're just kind of teleported into the underground thing. But it's like I almost imagine it's more like their consciousness is teleported there, and the body is still like just kind of lying comatose within the item. But it's like you could just toss a blanket over them to cause the effect of just ball up the blanket around them and carry them around. Oh, excuse me, and all that kind of stuff. But then if you dispel on the item, which is visible, you can grab that. Or, it's like it goes far beneath the earth in a sphere of magical force that is just large enough. So it's like that one, it probably wouldn't be on the prison. But it's like if they come across it, it's like, yeah, I suppose you could, dispel it and release them from that prison. If you're just going around underground, you see a guy like magically trapped in a sphere in a cave somewhere. I mean, in theory, I think it works. Can use a particular special component to create only one prison at a time. Cast the spell again using the same component. The target or the first casting is immediately freed from its binding. I think we can just kind of get rid of that for this because it's an item. Obviously, the item can only be used on one thing. And if you undo the item to use it on something else, then you free the first one. So I think that one's exactly it. How it's cast. We'll just say the item is placed over/around the target so that the target is contained within enough range as far as the item can be thrown. So the duration for this is kind of indefinite. Give us duration until dispelled. And so duration, I'm just going to say indefinite because it just goes until you deactivate it. Attack and save the DC 19. I do like the idea of like you trying to wrap someone up in a cloak, and if they make their wisdom save, you basically just given them like a free stylish cloak. Embodiment type, we're going to say always sort of try to think about these as being like passive or active or anything like that. But honestly, I think I can actually just kind of nix that for this one. I just don't think it really adds anything to it. I don't think there's anything descriptive. We can honestly get rid of some of these as well too. Like the range one, we could probably get rid of, but I think it's funny to say that. Oh, excuse me. I don't think we need any additional notes for this one either. I think that one's good as it is. So now, if you have a sentient, say, cloak of imprisonment. Although I actually do want to do, for the example item, I do want to get that going. And I actually want to say, I feel like a legendary item here would have some sort of like, either a god or a king's name attached to it. Huh. Sorry, I was just looking to see where Kitty is. I think she's hiding. I think she wanted just some quiet time this afternoon. So unfortunately, Cat Cam will just be staring at our cat tree until such a time as she decides she wants to come bother me for food and or attention. So, there we are. Alright, anyways. So I'm wondering, I feel like, actually, you know what I kind of want to say? I want to say, I just want to do, like, it's something, like, a little melodramatic, but something that, like, someone would want to do. I'm going to call the item, the example item here, Chains of Hell, right? And so what I want to do is, this item dramatically named by the demon who created them and had a flair for the theatric, is a set of chains forged in the 9 hells. when wrapped around a target, these chains have the chaining effect, anchoring the target to the ground. They are, just to add again flair for the theatrics, I'm really just making this item autobiographical by the sounds of it, the way I'm describing these things. They are forever stained with the blood of many beings who were imprisoned with these chains, and we'll say imprisoned by the chains. We'll just keep it vague, for various tortures. Oops. I'm not gonna be embarrassed about the fact that I'm not good at spelling the word torture. I was like completely off. It was like torches and like a torch and pitchfork type of torch there a little bit, with an extra U thrown in there. I don't know. Like I say, I'm not gonna be embarrassed about the fact that it took me a couple tries to spell the word torture correctly. That shouldn't be a word that's in my go-to vernacular. Just my take on it. I don't know. Maybe you disagree. That's my take on it. Okay, anyway, what was I saying? Yeah. They are forever stained with the blood of many beings who are imprisoned with these chains for various tortures and various lengths of time in the item's dark, twisted history. So it's just like items, like I almost have this idea where it's like I kind of imagine this item as being kind of like the Death Note, right? Where it's like the demon was just kind of bored and he's like, hey, look at these chains. I'm just gonna give them to people. I'm gonna see what people do with them. And then just like watching in mild amusement as the mortals continually use it for just the most twisted, horrible things they can imagine. And the demon's like, oh, this is great. I can figure out exactly who my best candidates for new minions are going to be while they're still alive, based on who finds and uses these. Alright, so now let's say someone else enchants it, and instead of making an inherently evil set of chains, they just accidentally make chains that are sentient. I actually think this one has some really good potential for sentience. So if it's good, I feel like, so good, the item will want to help make the imprisonment productive for the owner of the item. We'll say the item will, the item will subtly try to interrogate the target for information while in use. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make this mechanically. Once per day, the item and the target will make opposed intelligence checks. Because it's not like, it's like my idea is that the item isn't using magic to compel the truth. The item is just like trying to verbally spar with or the item is trying to verbally spar with the target to try and learn information that it can then pass along to the owner. So it's just like they're making intelligence checks on whether or not they can avoid it. And it's like, I think what I'm going to do, spray the item and the target will make opposed intelligence checks. If the item, we'll say, actually, you know, we'll just make it separate. We'll make separate bullets here just to make things a bit more organized here. If the item wins, the owner gets to have an answer to one question asked by the item. So it's like they can kind of pass it along. So it's a little metagamey, but honestly, we're at level 9 with these really powerful items anyway. It's like, you know, we can just say there's a telepathic link and they can just kind of like think the questions to each other and the item asks on behalf. I don't know. If the we'll say if the target wins, it realizes what is happening and will refuse to answer anything for the rest of the day. So you can only do it once per day. But I actually kind of like that idea. I think that's kind of a cool little addition for a good sentient one. So now if it's evil, the item likes seeing its prisoners unhappy. Will this is really twisted. And it might be undoing whatever morality points I gained for not knowing how to spell the word torture, for the fact that I came up with this type of torture here. We'll say will try to harm the target either physically or emotionally. We'll say once per day, the owner can choose what sort of torture the item presents. If physical, the item tightens its restraints and does, we'll just say 1d4 physical damage. I don't know what that'd be. Would that be like blunt? Like blunt. I don't know. It's not exactly right, but I don't really know what else it would be. Strangle damage. Do they have throttle? Do they have a Homer Simpson damage? We'll say if emotional, the item simply whispers horrible things in the target's ear, causing 1d4 psychic damage. It's really twisted. I'm not super comfortable with the fact that I came up with that, but we're just gonna assume that it's because I've gotten a lot of practice by being a DM for a lot of years, and we're just gonna leave it at that, and not page Dr. Freud here. All right, if it's lawful, trying to think if it's lawful, so it's always like it narrows its focus, but it's like even more focused on it. Oh, I know exactly what I want to do for this one. Will refuse to open for anyone, including the owner, unless the owner can prove in some way that they are indeed the owner and not influenced, there it is, by others or magic. So it's just like, it's really stubborn, and if you can't convince it, then it'll be like, no, I'm not releasing the prisoner, and it'll just like keep them in there, which like to me just seems mostly like a mild inconvenience. But I like the idea of the item just being all like, I think you might be the owner of this item in disguise. I don't trust you. You don't get to have you don't get this. You don't get to have your prisoner. And then chaotic here. I'm wondering if, so normally chaotic is like, it's wider effect, but a little less impactful. I'm wondering though with chaotic, if we can go a little different. And the thing just like, likes to mess with people, not necessarily like in an evil, harmful way, but it just like plays games with them. So it like tends to change up the imprisonment, which then could cause like some sort of impact on the target. I think, okay, here's what I want to do. Has fun messing with prisoners. Will frequently change the nature of the imprisonment on the target, slowly, this is what I'm going to say, slowly eroding their sanity. We'll say, target has disadvantage on intelligence and wisdom saves for 1 day after being released. So just like leaves them really confused and discombobulated by life in general. Is sort of the idea I have here. I don't know how functional any of these things would be, but I'm amused by these ideas. And the other thing about it too is this item is so big, and like this enchantment, this spell is so big and all encompassing of so many things. It's hard to think of a whole lot of other things. Like it's got a very defined purpose, but it's also very powerful. So it's kind of hard to like make it less defined and or more defined and like more powerful in any way. So I think I like it how it is. How's it going, GR Monarchy? I like the spelling of all that. 520, my man. Good to see you. Welcome. Also, I probably mispronounced it, so if no offense intended. I just suck at pronouncing names. It is what it is. That makes you feel better. I mispronounce everyone's name equally. all of your titles are incomprehensible to me. Alright, let's see here. No, that's good. I think that's good for if it's a sentient. So now the fun part here is if it's cursed. I feel like this is going to be... I feel like a cursed version of an item I've been following for a while. It's... Hey man, like... I apologize. I don't mean any insult at all by it. I just have so many. I honestly just don't have anyone. Oh, there we go. See, we're on the same page then, because so many people drop by. I totally know what you mean. You just kind of drop the follows and then move on, and then you stumble back on things. I totally understand. Well, welcome back. I'm glad your winding pathway has brought you back here. We're happy to have you. It's always amusing. It's always amusing how life does these things to us. It's always even more awkward too, though, when that happens in real life. Because like you'll encounter someone, and then like if you realize that you've known them for a while, and it's like, oh wow, I don't remember looking at your face ever. And it gets really awkward. Oh boy. So, no, you're in good company. I don't remember half the people that I remember. I am a coach, and I don't know half of my students' names. They've been my students for months, and I still don't know their names. I'm just like, hey, dude. And I'm just like, I pull the move constantly where I just sort of like keep my ears open and listen, like try to listen in when they have other conversations with other people to see if someone else drops their name, and then I can be like, ah, yes, I remember your name now. Got it. That's my key. That's my trick. It's well, Is it a little shisty? Maybe, but hey, it works. It works. Okay, so let's see here. How can we make this a cursed item? I always like to make it, as always, I like to make cursed versions of these sort of spells turned runes. I always like to make it so that a cursed one is more powerful, but there's some sort of drawback to using it. And this is an interesting one because I feel like there's going to be a lot of difficulty in figuring out how to make this more powerful, because this is a really strong spell. We're like at level 9 imbibement here, so it's like to add extra strength to it. Like there's just not much to do. Adding drawbacks to this one I think will be easy. This is one way of doing it. Yeah, there's a million ways to avoid the awkwardness of forgetting someone's name. I think the best way, the most productive way to do it is to just recognize, like, not be socially awkward and recognize that it's okay to just say, hey, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Can you remind me? And so on and so forth. But I don't know about everyone else, but I'm far too awkward and uncomfortable in social situations to ever do that. So I like to find more back channel spy ways to. It's just me. So So, okay, so we're talking about an imprisonment here. Yeah, I don't, other than just like harming the target, I don't know other ways to do imprisonment, but like that in and of itself is its own drawback, right? Because sometimes you want to imprison someone, but you don't want them dead. Like you're imprisoning them because you need information or something like that, right? So I'm almost wondering if there's a way to like have it so that the curse is that rather than just imprisoning it in the item, it's like having the target encompassed or contained within the item almost binds you to that target, so that it's like you can't be separated from that target for like a long period of time, and like or like you can't be separated by physical distance. So it's like the further away you get from it, the more negative effects you have, is kind of what my thought is. So it's like it could become really inconvenient because it's not like you can just like use the chains imprisonment to chain someone down in your home base and then you travel halfway across the world, because it's going to start having drawbacks. Is kind of what my thought is here. I think I'm going to stick with that, but I think I still need to massage it to figure out exactly how that's mechanically going to work. So let's just kind of get a framework here and we can adjust. So if cursed, we'll say trapping a target within the item will bind that target to the owner. And then it's going to have its own, the problematic side effect is going to be built in there. So I think we can just kind of get rid of that. And we can just kind of do the details of it. You will be magically... we'll say, oh, okay, here's what we can do. The target will feel magically compelled to comply. Yeah, I was thinking of loss of HP. The problem with loss of HP is there's a lot of situations in which you'd want to imprison someone, but you wouldn't want to damage them. And then the other thing about it is if it's loss of HP for the person who owns it, there's two possible negative effects of that. The most obvious one being then they just won't use the item, and I want to try and make it so that they're still willing to use the item, right? It's like that's the trick of doing it, is trying to make it so that like the drawback feels manageable, so that they'll still use the item rather than just being like, oh well, this is a useless item, and then not use it, right? Is how I prefer to do it. And the other hard thing about it too is the item doesn't want to kill its owner, right? Like it wants the item has its own ulterior motives or its own goals, or in the case of cursed one, it's like it just wants to be used for whatever treachery it has there. And killing its owner would be deleterious to that. So that's the hard part about HP with this one. I mean, the only thing that would do then is it would just put a time limit on how long something can be entombed, which isn't terrible, but if that's kind of how we're doing things, then you can really use a lot of other spells with it. It really just weakens the spell. And so that's what I'm thinking with this. So what I'm thinking is we'll say target will feel magically compelled to comply with orders given to it. And so mechanically that will be disadvantage on saves slash draws blood to gain power. Yeah, I mean, that's not terrible, but I feel like that still kind of just goes on to the HP thing. Because if it doesn't do an HP damage, then what's the drawback of that other than it just being creepy? Which, granted, is fine. But hear me out with where I'm going with this one here. So the target will feel magically compelled to comply with orders given to it. Disadvantage on save slash owner has advantage on checks. Right. So it's like, yeah, so it's like, so by having the soul bind here, the thing feels bound to you and magically compelled to follow whatever orders given to it, right? So it's like if you're ordering it to give you information or something like that, like it'll feel compelled to do that, and it'll have disadvantage on any saves against that type of persuasion and stuff like that. But then the flip side of it is the owner will feel magically compelled to stay near the target. Stay near the target, and we'll say if they try to leave for more than, we'll say, 1 hour, they must make a wisdom save, or else drop everything and return. You know what? I'm gonna. This is getting cumbersome with all of these extra, parentheses and stuff. Disadvantage on saves, and then owner had. Oops, the winner. Magically draining away. Like I say, wait, give me a second. Hear me out with this. To try to leave for more than 1 hour, they must make a wisdom save or else drop everything in return. If they stay away for more than 24 hours, they must make a wisdom save at disadvantage. There we go. Okay, so they just, it's as simple as that. They just have to drop everything. But think about the implications of that, right? Imagine how far you can travel in an hour, right? You capture someone in the middle of combat, and you entomb them, you know, in this item, and you go and place them at your camp, and then you're going back into like the dungeon or whatever, right? And you're sneaking through the dungeon, and you're like halfway through this dungeon that has a bunch of guards and stuff in it, and suddenly just you have this compulsion and you cannot resist it. You have to drop everything, and take the most direct route, perhaps running through guards and attracting their attention. Guards which you can't attack back because you are magically compelled. So like you cannot, like, you just cannot stop, like, you can't avoid it. Now imagine how far you can travel in a full day, and suddenly you absolutely have to, like, you have to drop everything and return back from whence you came, right? So it's like just the inconvenience and the amount of pandemonium and the amount of damage you can take when trying to return can definitely cause problems. But then the flip side of it is someone who's pretty good at these checks, or someone who has a bit of hubris, can just like think to themselves that they'll be able to succeed, but then maybe not, you know? So it's like, I don't know. I think this is really good. I think this is really good right here, because that's the type of thing that someone that I could definitely see someone thinking they can work around or work around or deal with until one day when suddenly things go horribly wrong because of this drawback. I think that works. But player base, mind if I join? I am not currently looking for new players. I apologize. But yeah, my games are full up as it stands. Yeah, no, I think that's really good. I think that works. So it's like you get the advantage of having a better time trying to do like whatever interrogations or whatever you're trying to do. But like you're now soulbound to that, because the interesting thing about that too is that could lead to some really fun role-playing concepts, right? Where it's like, do you start playing into the concept of there being like Stockholm syndrome involved for both parties, right? You try capturing someone, and then like the soulbind just kind of makes it so that you're stuck in with them or something like that. I think that would work. I think that would work really well. And what I mean is, I think that would cause a lot of problems if it went wrong. And I mean, that's the point of a cursed item, right? So I think that's perfect. I think that's good. I like that as it is. Okay, so what it takes to remove, and we'll just say item must be, we'll say, oh, here we go. Item must be removed magically, right? So you have to use some sort of magical thing, like you can use a dispel magic thing to like destroy the item or something like that. We'll say removed or destroyed magically. And then we'll also say, because the other thing about it, if the owner tries to abandon the item will wrap itself around the owner, entombing them until they are released. Till they are released, or the item decides to let them go for one reason or another. And then that's just like roleplay stuff there. But I actually think that ends up being really good. I think that'll work out really well. I think that's a really interesting, potentially cursed item. Look at how complex this crap is. Jeez, OP, it's level 9 spells, am I right? It's like they're meant to be really powerful, but really complicated in the way they work. Jeez, OPs, man. Crazy stuff. No, I actually really like this item. I think this is really cool, and I actually really like some of the subtle implications behind, you know, the concept of imprisoning someone, especially in a situation like this cursed one where you have to stay near that person you're imprisoning. I think that's a really interesting, compelling idea that could lead to some really interesting roleplay scenarios. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot. I'm pleased with that. Alrighty, so let's see here. I need to run to the bathroom, and I'm going to refill my beverage. But then when I come back, I'm going to have us sidestep over and have us start working on our campaign a little more. We've got some cool maps that we've made, so we got to start putting all kinds of enemies and traps and fun stuff in there. So we're gonna really start having fun with trying to kill our players within the dungeons we've designed. So so sit tight for just a minute and a half. Looks like ads ran pretty soon, so I won't run another one while I'm on a break here. You guys can just sort of enjoy a peaceful background without, you know, capitalist worlds trying to sell you new cars or whatever is on, I don't know, whatever's popular right now. I don't know. I don't get to pick these things. This is just the way it is. But at any rate, we'll save you guys from that torture for just a few seconds. So bear with me. I'm gonna run to the bathroom and I will be back very shortly. I appreciate your patience. Alright, I appreciate your patience. I'm going to leave Cat Cam up for now, even though Cat is presently sleeping behind the couch. In case she comes out, we're gonna have Cat Cam up and ready. Like I say, I need to work on getting. My thought is to get a lava lamp so that we can have lava lamp Cam when cat cam is inactive due to cat inactivity. How's it going in Horse or Hound? Good to see you. Good to see you here. Oh boy. All right. Let's see here. Yeah. Okay. Let's go ahead and work on our campaign a little bit. Go back to our class. We can go to chapter 3. We're presently working through chapter 2 with our players, and it's been actually, I've been really impressed with my players. I'm gonna be honest. I have been really impressed with my players and how well they've been handling the challenges presented to them in chapter 2. So I've been quite pleased with their ingenuity and creativity and all of these things. It's been really fun. It's been really fun watching them go through that, which makes me really excited about continuing to work on our chapter 3 stuff here, so that we can give them even more challenges to have to figure out and deal with, because they're getting quite crafty. They're getting quite crafty with things, and I'm very, very I'm having a lot of fun with it. As a DM, I'm loving watching them like completely, like, having a lot of success at neutralizing whatever challenges I give to them. I love it. I'm a big fan of it. So, at any rate, man, at Capital, not 100% sure what you want to do with them. I mean, that's always one of the tough parts, isn't it? Trying to figure out exactly what you want to do with all the stuff that you've written down. The best advice I can offer, and this may or may not be helpful depending on what your writing process is write anything using those, right? Like, do whatever you might even think you want to do. Write something down. Because what I always find happens is if I sit there and wait until I have a great idea to start writing, I may never start writing. But if I start writing something down, then at the very least, I'll get an idea about what I don't want to do. And once you have something down, rather than having nothing and not knowing at all where to start, you have a starting point. You have something, and you can look at it and say, like, this is all garbage. I want to do something different. And hey, there you still made progress. Or you can look at it and be like, okay, now on reflection, I like this part, but I want to change this part. So that's like the best thing I can offer as advice, is, just remember that activity begets inspiration, not the other way around. So if you've got some cool stuff that you like, then it's more so like a bullet list of this and an ability reacts to other people. Yeah. So like, you've got a bulleted list of stuff. High Spy Network works. Yeah. So it's just like you've got this list of stuff. So now, like, start making a setting if you want to be able to put a setting on where things work, or start, like, and if you're not really sure how to start building a capital city, build one building, make one shop in there, and then think about how that shop ties into these items that you have on your bulleted list, and start doing that. Just write anything down, and then, because you'd be amazed at how many ideas you can get once you write down an idea that you don't want to keep. Like, that happens to me all the time, where I'll write down something, I'll be like, okay, I don't want to keep any of this, but the reason I don't want to keep any of this is because I've thought of this, right? And then I start going. So that's what my recommendation would be. I know that's like super general advice, but it's kind of the most accurate that I think I can give. Sorry, I heard a thump. I think it must have been a door out in the hallway. All right. But yeah, so that's take it or leave it, but that's what I would recommend. Let's see. I need to pull up some maps here. Give me a second to load up a couple things. I want to pull up. I'm just gonna dive into our dungeons that we're working on here. Open up. Start with the exterior of our quarry. Loading, low adding. There it is. All right, so there's our quarry map that we've taken the time to make. This is a really cool map, actually. I think this is gonna be a really interesting thing. We've got some tunnels that all kind of lead to one another that our players can kind of walk around to, connecting from different places. And my thought is that, like, these ones are all tunnels that kind of run in a ring around the outside of our quarry here, so that they can go from B to A to C to D however they please, and they can kind of like connect to any of those. And then E is just a completely separate entity that goes into the quarry itself. The only other thought that I had is we could have all of these connect, and any of these could be an entrance to the interior of the quarry, depending on how they want to do it. The only problem with that is that invites the opportunity for them to avoid everything here. And sometimes it's fun to force them to have to deal with some of the challenges you give them. So waiting on players to send. Give those turds a time limit. Tell them you need to have it submitted by this, that, or the other time. Get them to do that. Tell them to do that. Otherwise, you're going to invent a character and a backstory for them, and they're just going to have to deal with it. And yes, that's a little bit adversarial, but one thing I've learned as a DM is that when you're the DM, people will immediately, like, whether they realize they're doing it or not, people will inherently look to you to organize and set everything up. And that includes, like, getting their characters. So they will, like, sit and hem and haw about their characters for days and weeks and months until you say, like, you need to have this done by then. Whatever you have done, bring it. And then we can hammer out the rest of it the first hour of the first session, you know, or during session 0, we can hammer out the rest of it. So it's like, set up a session 0, tell them, hey, have your stuff there. If you don't have it done, we're going to finish it at session 0, and session 1 starts a week later, whatever it's going to be. Set a deadline for them. Just do it. They're looking for a leader and someone to guide them and tell them what to do. Like, that's just, whether they realize it or not, that's what they're doing. When they're not giving you all the stuff right away. How's it going, Orange Ink? Good to see you. So wait, they're... Oh, I see. So they have character sheets, but they don't have backstories? Well, then, yeah, just don't worry about it. Just their characters are nameless people that don't get fun side stories. Give the people that have their stories and stuff in there, give them side story-based stuff. Show the other players how cool it is when they get their stuff in and entice them. And if they never do, then just don't give them side character stuff. Like, I know it sounds adversarial, and it's like, you don't necessarily want to do that to your players. But if they don't give you anything, just be like, okay, and like, focus your attention on those who are giving you stuff, because they're the ones who are really invested in the experience that you're taking the time to make, and the other people either need to catch up or they don't get the same attention, right? It's like, it's the same as me when I'm coaching people, right? I have my set class times. If people show up to the classes that I have for kickboxing, I will give them very good lessons, and I will give them, you know, personalized instruction when I can. People who don't show up and then at other times, like at classes that I'm not coaching, ask me if I can give them extra lessons. I tell them, show up to my class. I'm not doing extra stuff, because if they're not going to come on my level, I'm not going to put in extra work for them, right? So it's like, it's the same with D&D. And like, you know, it sounds kind of businessy and stuff like that to put it that way, but that's the truth of it. If you're a DM and you're putting in the effort, respect your own time, right? And recognize that if they're not going to give you the stuff you need to give them extra sessions or like extra stories and stuff like that, then don't worry about it. Don't give them extra stuff, and then it's their loss. And tell them, if they're like, oh, I want to do stuff, it's like, give me character story stuff, and I will write it in. Otherwise, just don't worry about it. They're just dudes that are running around killing stuff. They're murder hobos. It's fine. They're murder hobos hired by the people who did give you story, and that's all you need. Alright, at any rate, let's start adding some details here. So I have a fair amount of detail already kind of written and planned out, at least as far as like the foundational background stuff here. I've kind of thought about what the story is. So like, actually, I'll kind of give a quick rundown of what this is. Okay. Quick overview of what the campaign is. This is going to leave a million gaps. It's okay. I'm just going to give us the cliff notes of it. Post-apocalyptic world. City is falling apart, likely to die out due to siege from surrounding Knoll dangers and other dangers that they haven't identified yet. They are trying to fight back. If they don't, they will die. There's no help coming from outside. Campaign started. Gnolls were attacking city. Players are fighting off Gnolls presently. That's what's happening in the game. Eventually, once they succeed at, along with the rest of the city, fighting back the Gnolls this time, they will be tasked with chasing after the Gnolls. They arrive at Quarry, at an old abandoned quarry. Their quarry is in a quarry. I think that's just fantastic wordplay, and if you disagree, well, you're wrong. There's that's where they're at the quarry. They're working on trying to figure out information, trying to figure out what's going on with these Gnolls, what their leadership is, and all that kind of stuff. They're going to have some orders from the king that's going to encourage them to do more than just be like, yep, they're at the quarry, and then leave. give them some actual stuff to do, because it's a game, and hopefully they'll be good players and accept the call to adventure, and go in and do stuff in this quarry. My players are usually pretty good about recognizing, like, it might be a little meta game to have our players always run into danger, but also, if we don't meta game a little bit, we'll probably not play the game at all. So, there's a balance to strike, and my players are pretty good about that. But at any rate, that's where we're at. We're in the quarry. There's reasons for our players being there, and there's a bunch of stuff happening in the quarry for them to sort of learn about and understand. Soldier and almost lost your memory, traveling the plains. I mean, hey, that's something. Memory loss is a good one, because then you can just kind of have a field day and give them memories that you feel like giving them, and have them discover their story along with their character. Those are fun ones. And if they don't like the story that you give them, say like, well, you should have given me a story rather than I don't remember anything. Snap. There it is. Sorry. Like I say, I know I sound adversarial towards players. It's more so just about making sure that you as a DM respect your time. It's something I think about a lot as a coach and as a DM, is that, like, I have to be willing to respect my time, because whether it's out of malice or just out of not realizing they're doing it, students and players will not respect your time the same way. Like, they will often not respect your time the way that you deserve as a DM, who's putting in all of this work to create a game for people, especially when it's a homebrew game, right? And like I say, it doesn't mean it's malicious. It doesn't mean that they're bad people or anything like that. It just means that from their perspective, D&D is, I make a character, I show up, and I play. And they don't always realize how much work goes into this. And so, and if you just like sit there and like talk about it, you're just being a whiny little baby as a DM. So the best way to do it is to just respect your own time and put in effort towards those who give you the stuff, and those who want to complain, just say like, hey, this is the game I'm running, right? Because no matter what, whether they like it or not, like, I mean, accept feedback and all that kind of stuff, but it's like, just respect your time and respect your own efforts. All right, let's see here. So with our stuff here, so history of the dungeon, history of this quarry. Chapter primarily takes place in an old quarry. So once primarily used to mine ore, used to build various metals, primarily iron goods for blah 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 blah, stuff like that. Okay, so they're going there. Quarry remained active until the day of the unhinging, when the workers in the quarry were killed by a beast that appeared in the quarry. The beast is long gone, though some signs of it still remain, and it has been taken over by the Snolls. The Snolls are the Snow Gnolls, as my players have dubbed them, and I'm like, yep, we'll just go with it. Soldiers in active duty, on rage, kind of killed a few people. What to do with that? Oh boy, that's a very edgy character at that point in time. That'll be a fun thing to work with. I don't know. Good luck. I've never had anyone approach it quite that edgily. I have characters. I have players that want to do, like a Count of Monte Cristo approach, where it's like they had their birthright kind of taken away from them, or this, that, or the other thing. And that's usually pretty manageable. Well, when someone's like, yeah, my guy's a stone cold killer, it's like, oh boy, okay. Well, I don't know. Just give you, like, honestly, it seems like you don't need much story at that point in time. You're in the right field as an adventurer. Here's a field full of things that need killing. Have fun. The story is your story. Okay, so let's see here. History of the factions. Souls are the only true faction here. So, like, within my campaigns, I like to try and make sure there are multiple different factions that are kind of all intermingling with each other. In this campaign, we're also ultimately going to have our gnolls, are like humans. I use the word human because it's more convenient, but that includes all of the, like, humanoids, the dwarves, the elves, the kenku or whatever, right? It's all of them. Stream keeps lagging. I'm not showing any dropped frames on my end, so that doesn't necessarily mean that's 100% correct, but it doesn't seem to be on my end. I'm not showing any dropped frames. I'm actually having a pretty smooth one according to this. To my feedback right now, but if other people are having issues, let me know, and there's a couple things I can try to do. But yeah, I always try to have a couple different factions. In this one, we've got our Snolls, we've got our Elementals, we've got our humans, and then we also have like a tertiary off to the side faction that's kind of not really a part of it unless a few things happen to our players to trigger it being part of it. There's more so just like an observer in this deity who's kind of off to the side, and she's been misplaced. Her name's Hel. She's from like the underworld or whatever, and she's just trying to build up her own army within there of like undead creatures. And so if our players die, that's kind of our how I've created, because my players don't really like when their players or when their characters like flat out die. Maybe if it's well into a campaign, right, and like they've really properly played out the character, but and I'm totally fine with that. I don't think there's anything wrong with not being into character death. After all, our characters are supposed to be the heroes. But I also like there to still be consequences for tough battles and mistakes and stuff like that. So I have the system in place where it's like they'll slowly become a more of a ward of this deity that exists there, and so they're just kind of off to the side unless our players start dying in events. So yeah, absolutely, go chase those players down, and get those backstories. You do that. Heck yeah. So yeah, so in this one it's really only the gnolls that are present. A little bit the elementals and stuff like that, but it's something that's a little off to the side, that isn't quite as prominent at this stage in the story as we're writing it, so I'm not going to worry too much about putting that in there. So history of the leaders, I've already kind of created the enemies and the leaders of this area. Oxen Groundknuckle is the present leader of the Snolls in the Quarry. He is one of the most tactically minded Snolls alive right now, though that's not a high bar to beat. The Snolls are not super intelligent in my world. They're not the stupidest creatures, but they're definitely not the smartest creatures. At first they were barely more than bipedal hyenas displaced by the chaotic event. Let's see. They moved in a few hundred years after the unhinging, and have stayed since. But with the presence of the piece of pandemonium that they have grown, and we'll talk about that in a second, they have grown more sentient, strong, and aggressive. They now are solidly at home in the Quarry, though the Quarry has fallen further and further into disrepair, as the Snolls are not a people for housekeeping. The only other faction present here is Hell, who has a spy of sorts here, who is presently captured by the Snolls. How many times can I use the word present in a single sentence? I present to you the present presence of my presence. Alright, thematic elements here. Enemy type primarily Snolls with some trained creatures. They have like some dog-like creatures. Current boss is Oxen Groundknuckle. Type of treasure, mostly stolen gold and jewels. Also a few artifacts, including a piece of pandemonium. Again, we'll get to that in a second. Puzzle and trap themes. Some remaining dangers from mining days, as well as place falling apart from age. So there's not going to be any sort of actual traps set up and established. This is going to be more so just like they're going through a dangerous mine and a dangerous quarry that could very much like fall apart under their feet and around them as they're exploring and having fights and stuff in it. Is the idea here. So yeah, so now primary tasks. So I have basically like 3 ongoing storylines here, 3 kind of existing plot points. 2 of them kind of one and the same, just from different angles that kind of impacts what is important about an event. And I'll try and explain that and try and make it clear what I mean there. And then the other one is, again, like I'm talking about, we see down here, Hell's influence, right? So this deity that's there, she's an existing faction that's doing things, but it's to the side of everything else, because she's trying to basically just be like, an interested observer from the outside, taking advantage of resources as they basically fall into her lap. And she's like, okay, that's great. Because she's just a deity. She's like a displaced deity who largely isn't worried about things like dying and stuff like that because of the magic that she utilizes and has a strong knowledge of. So she's kind of like, I got all the time in the world and I'm content to just sort of see how everything plays out. Not that worried about it. So yeah. So we've got basically 3 storylines. There's the storyline of the city dying out and people struggling to survive, and the city is sort of like there being this understanding that the city is going to die out within a certain amount of time, unless a certain amount of time being like within the next couple of generations, unless they can really turn things around. And then the other one that's related to that, that's largely like the cause of this problem and why the city is dying out, is the fact that after the unhinging, which was the cataclysmic event, it's causing an inversion between the mortal plane and the plane of pandemonium, and that's where the pieces of pandemonium come into play. During the unhinging, large pieces of pandemonium of that plane were displaced and put in the mortal realm. Powerful and significant enough pieces of pandemonium that it's causing the planes to just sort of like shift places, which is why this part of the world is like kind of falling apart, because obviously that's extremely unnatural by the laws of magic and all that stuff. So that's kind of the situation that we have here. And so we've got some primary tasks related to all of these. I kind of try to make sure all of these are in some way, shape, or form represented wherever players go, so that there's plenty of stuff for them to do, and they can kind of like, even if they're targeting one of their campaigns or one mission, they can still learn things about other missions as they're going, so that it can just kind of turn into this more expansive, more involved story beyond just like, go to place, do thing, return, go to place, kill enemy, do thing, return, go to place, kill enemy, return, right? Like there's puzzles for them to sort of solve and things for them to uncover as they're going. So at any rate, for saving the city, primary task for this arc is to try and eliminate the Snow presence. The idea isn't to kill off all of them per se, but to scatter and disrupt them enough to ensure that this camp is not an organized threat anymore. A few tools for the players to utilize if they like. There's a main leader that can be killed to disrupt the Snow organization. There will be main Snow resources that can be disrupted. The quarry can be destroyed, possibly with a large number of Snowls inside of it. I'm going to present that kind of opportunity for them. And there will be maps and other information about different planned attacks and locations of Snow groups. So the idea too is, when I'm doing these, is like, I don't like to make a mission like you have to go there and the only way to succeed is to do this one thing. I prefer to do it more so like, hey, like, when I say that, it's like, you need to destroy the bridge, and the only way to destroy the bridge is to get down there and like plant TNT on the, on the one main strut that will then explode it. Like, I don't like to make a specific thing that gets a little too railroaded like that. I like to have it generally be more so like, your goal is to destroy the bridge. Here are some opportunities to destroy the bridge, right? And so in this situation, it's like your mission is to go there and do whatever you can to disrupt the Snolls. Like, we've got them on the retreat. They're retreating after that failed siege. If there's ever going to be a time for them to get them while they're weak, it's now. Let's chase after them. Let's do whatever we can. And so players can kind of decide what that means. They can decide whether they go in and look for intel. They can decide if that means just killing a whole bunch of them. They can decide if that means destroying their supplies and letting them all starve. Whatever the players decide that means, I've got some tools in place for them to try and achieve that. And then, based on how they do, that will impact how I present future challenges, because I have basically an idea of what the chain of events is going to be. But a lot of how those chain of events pan out is going to be dependent on what players do. And so a lot of times when I start getting into later chapters and writing them ahead of time, what I'll do is I'll say, like, if they did this, that, or the other thing in the early chapter, give them this set of resources from this one. Like, this chapter 12 has all of these potential resources. If they did this, that, or the other thing, only this, that, or the other resource will be presented. So on and so forth, right? Or it's like some of these items, they can be like, yeah, if they found this thing, then they will already have this, that, and the other information about this next chapter. Yada, yada, right? So that's kind of how I try to do these types of things. And so we've got that with our primary tasks for saving the city. Heal the region here. And this is kind of more directly, these two are kind of one and the same. It's just different mindsets and approaches of what they might be doing to achieve these things, right? So heal the region. Snolls are housing a piece of pandemonium within the quarry. It is a source of their strength, and they worship it regularly. In reality, it is the source of their madness, and is why they are gaining strength, but it is also the reason they have short lifespans and often become damaged beyond usefulness. A few side ideas that may come up later. Extra damaged one become, actually, hold on, I need to pluralize that. The extra damaged ones become Snoll shamans that are physically crippled but are able to tap into magic, right? So some ideas that might come up there. I'm not worrying about them right now. But, some stuff that I might present in there. Players keep the artifact, may start to impact them and their sanity, because that's the thing, is it's like presenting, because these items will give off magical radiation, and being around them is damaging. Players keep the artifact, they can use it later to expedite healing of the area by returning it to Pandemonium. Again, progressing that sort of storyline. Players destroy the artifact, it can slow the decay of the world by reducing the sources of inversion. Right, so just a few things to consider as we're putting stuff in there. Chibi, I think it's a bad idea for GM to improvise on the march. A general guideline, but being able to completely improvise if the players do unexpected things. So I don't know if there is a definitively right or wrong way to DM. I think it depends on who the DM is and who the players are and how they like to write and run games. I write modules. That's the way I do it, where it's like there is a definitive story, there's a definitive goal they are trying to achieve. And I make sure that's clear to my players when we start out. Like I say to them, like, okay, I'm going to put you in this scenario. This is what's happening, and it starts off by saying like, okay, this thing is happening and you guys have been given this goal to do this, right? It's the concept of starting off in a tavern, because you all are answering an ad for someone to go find this one thing, right? And the way I do it is we start off with that idea, and then I give them, as they're going and achieving goals, I give them further clues to future goals, right? And there might be more or less of them, but I give them clues about things for them to do. And I find that works the best, because then my players don't end up with this sort of analysis paralysis situation of not knowing what to do in the game. Because if it's too open world and too sandboxing, it's like, yeah, you guys live in this world. There's a town to the north and a town to the east. Go nuts. Players will kind of sit there like, geez, I don't know what to do. And they'll start like looking for jobs and stuff like that. And it can really make things very slow and unfocused for players. But some players like that. Some players really like it to be pure sandbox and to just be like, yeah, I'm gonna go to the guard station and see if they have any bounties out, and I'll go bounty hunting, and then you can do that, and then you can just sort of like improvise if you want to do that. So it really depends on what the DM wants to do and what the group wants. I write modules because when I'm writing a game, I like to present my players a story and specific challenges about that story. Like I like to give them thematic challenges, like that revolve around concepts of right and wrong. I like to give them specific areas that have like specifically planned out things for them to explore and all that kind of stuff. That doesn't mean I do zero improvising and preparation in between sessions. It just means that I pre-compose a set of resources and locations, and then depending on where they go, that will impact which ones are presented to them next. But when I start a campaign, it's always with the idea that there is going to be a specific goal that ultimately they will either succeed or fail at completing. And that's how I do it. But I don't think that there's necessarily anything right or wrong. As far as if players do unexpected things, I think that just kind of comes into how do you build your world? Right? Like how do you build your world and how do your players play? Like if unexpected things is them just basically saying like, I know we have this mission, but I'm just going to start walking east for no reason and just see what I've come up with. It's like, well, geez, if you got players like that, you really can't plan ahead, right? If you want to indulge that. Me personally, I don't usually indulge that kind of thing because it's like even in a video game that's open world, eventually you're going to hit an invisible wall or something like that, right? And it's like the idea is we're sitting here playing a game and I'm presenting a game to you. But yeah, I don't think there is a right or wrong way. I think it just depends on the type of game that players and that players and DMs want to write and play alike. But yeah, I'm more of a planner. But that's just my approach. Decides to kill an NPC just cause to see what happens. So that's the type of thing. So because I plan things, I let my players do that kind of stuff. But if they do that, like I make sure that my players understand, like I make it clear to my players, if they want to do crap like that, they can 100% cripple their ability to succeed. So, for example, the campaign I'm writing right now, the main storyline is that the city they are a part of is dying. And there's no help from the outside. It's a long backstory-driven thing to explain, so I won't go into the details. But they are part of a citywide effort to save themselves, is what it is. And so if my players decided to be like, yeah, you know what, I don't like this guy, I'm just going to kill him. It's like, okay, but if that guy ended up being, like, if you just killed that guy on a whim, and he was critical to things that were happening, whether you understood that or not, right? Like, and when I say understood that or not, it's like whether or not you've, like, learned enough about them, researched enough, or made it far enough into the storyline. If you kill them, and they were an essential part of this whole process, you might have doomed your city. And the campaign may end with your city being doomed and people recognizing that it's because of your dumb ass that decided to just kill someone for no reason. So if you have players that are that murder hobo-y, and that's the game you want to play, then do it. Like, you know, I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm just saying I write a campaign that there are consequences for player actions. And so if my players want to do stupid stuff is going to happen to them, right? A really good example of that is I had players who I presented them a situation in which I clearly described, like, I'm trying to remember what it was, what exactly led to it. But the gist of it is they ended up burning a large crop field and getting arrested for it. And they were all indignant about getting arrested. I'm like, you guys burned down a field, and you've been told that you will have a trial in 2 days. So you can explain the situation, you know, and like that was the idea, was I was presenting them a situation with a realistic town that would actually respond to them burning down a field and all that kind of stuff. And you can do that. They then proceeded to try and just do a prison break, which then failed because, you know, there were guards around, and then they were seen attacking guards to try and break out of prison. And then were super indignant when the guards wanted to just go ahead and hang them. I was like, you killed guards right in front of guards while breaking free of a prison while waiting for a trial that would happen 2 days later. Sometimes actions have consequences. And that's how I run my games. Is that the right or wrong way to run it? Depends on your group. It depends on your group entirely. My group, they were kind of annoyed with that, but the flip side of it was like, I told them from the beginning, I'm like, this is a realistic situation in the sense of if you do something, people will respond to it. They're not just like nameless. Like, this isn't Skyrim where they have 3 canned lines, and if you kill them, everyone will be like, well, so much for him. Like, nah, if you get yourselves in trouble, you're gonna be in trouble, and that's just how it goes. And that's how I run my games. If you don't like those types of games, then for the love of God, don't run them that way. You know, because there isn't a right or wrong way to do it. There's just, you know, there's just creating a game that's going to be fun for everyone involved. Because the flip side of it is, I don't want to run a game where I'm constantly trying to deal with a group of people that are just going to be as disruptive about it as possible. Because if I'm going to take the time to write a campaign, I would like them to at least engage in it, as opposed to try to destroy it. So, again, I make that clear to my players from the beginning. And largely speaking, other than them being annoyed when, you know, a town gets mad at them for doing a prison break, my players largely appreciate and you know, go along with the stuff that I write, and it works out well. So I'm trying to do something dumb or dangerous. The player decided to actually do the smart thing of antagonizing the rest of the party. I mean, I don't know that I can't think of anything like that off the top of my head, but I think it's a pretty normal thing for one person to go against the group. And regardless of who's right or wrong, and then it just kind of depends on, you know, how does the group dynamic want to handle that? I don't know, these are all tough situations. And I can't give a yes or no, right or wrong answer to, because all of them require the nuance of understanding the context behind the situation, right? If there's one person that's doing the smart thing, but it's antagonizing the party, right? Then, like, you know, maybe in that situation, even though that's the smart thing, maybe that's a situation where the player can just be all like, we'll go ahead and play this one out. And then my character can be all indignant when their cockamamie scheme doesn't work, right? There's just so many factors that go into all these. I don't know that I can give a definitive, like, you know, good or bad, right or wrong answer to these. And that's kind of the point of playing D&D too, right? Because, like, everything can be modified on the fly if you need to, you know, and every situation can be handled specifically. You know, that's like the drawback of a video game, is like it doesn't have like the flexibility that a D&D game would have, right? So it's like a video game, there are going to be only so many things that you can handle, which is fun but also limiting. Whereas D&D, it's unlimited, because you can respond to specific situations. The flip side of it is you just, you know, you got to recognize that sometimes an awkward or uncomfortable situation will come up, and that's when it's on the D&D and the players alike to, you know, put on their social butterfly hats and learn how to communicate with each other and figure out how to handle things amicably. The players act rather creepy. Oh yeah, there's all kinds of stuff like that. Another way to avoid that kind of stuff too, and just generally speaking, all of these issues where, like, well, what if this player does this disruptive thing? What if these players do these disruptive things? The best way to avoid that, and I know that this is sometimes easier said than done, don't play with strangers online. Like, that's what it comes down to. I pretty much exclusively will only run games for people that I know in real life, even if we're playing online, just because it's more convenient. I only DM games where I know the people in person, and I have never had issues with players being disruptive, combative, antagonistic, creepy, inappropriate. I've never really had those issues because I just play with friends. And it's just us being friends playing together, and we're very patient with each other, and we're very encouraging of each other, and we're willing to go along with each other's ideas so that each person can have a chance in the spotlight. And that's just the risk that you run when you play with strangers online. You run into people, because one thing to keep in mind, there are two reasons that people will play online. One, they just can't find a group of people to play with in real life. Or two, no one in real life will play with them. Right, which is kind of the same thing, just for different reasons. Like, if the reason they can't find anyone to play with online is because, or in real life, is because they just don't have friends that are into D&D, that's one thing, and they might be a perfectly fine player. And so if you vet appropriately, you can find wonderful games with wonderful people online. But the flip side of it is, some people turn to playing online because they've tried playing in real life, and no one will accept them into their games because they are a disruptive player. So that's the risk that you run, and that's where, like, a good 95% of those horror stories about someone being creepy, antagonistic, inappropriate, whatever, they come from online games. And it's because people play online, and sometimes you'll even try to vet properly, and someone will just sort of surprise you later on down the road. You know, and so that's just the risk that you run. So that's like the best way to avoid those situations. Just play with your friends. And if your friends aren't super into D&D, get them to indulge you for 1 or 2 sessions and be like, come on, guys, I just really want to try this. Let's just try it. We can be as goofy and slapstick as we want it to be. And if we don't like it, we don't have to keep playing. And you can do that, and you'd be surprised how many people get hooked when you do that. So, I don't know. I don't know if that's helpful advice at all, but that's kind of just my experience from having been a DM and all that kind of stuff. So, take it as you will, or ignore it if it's not helpful. I don't know. I'm just a dude sitting here blabbering. All right, so let's go ahead and work on this campaign a little bit here. We've got our map. We've got our basic ideas of some stuff that we want to put in here. And now we just got to put in some of the detailed notes here. I think one thing that I want to do, one thing that I find very helpful here, is I'm gonna just like abandon all of this stuff. This is template stuff that I will use a lot of times if I'm trying to sort of like randomize or do it's one of the tools that I use. But the way this campaign is kind of panning out and the way I've been writing it, I actually think it's going to be more useful to just kind of go from scratch here. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. This dungeon will have 10 rooms in it. So let's see here. Just get our formatting taken care of here. Tedious but necessary. And when I say necessary, I mean for my emotional health, because if I don't do this, I will break out in hives and be upset about the fact that I didn't take the time to format it properly. Dang it. Hold on. I forgot the space there. You know what I mean? It needs to be a specific way, otherwise I'm not gonna be okay. It's maybe a problem that I should work on, but it's just easier to indulge it. It's just formatting, so it's whatever. Okay, so we've got that. Floor-wide notes and floor-wide checks and all that kind of stuff are actually going to be helpful to have here. So for our XP breakdown, we can just copy this and put this right here. Paste that. And this bullet points won't handle any of this stuff properly. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna undo. I changed my mind. I want those ones to be that way. That's fine. We need to come up with our suite of enemies here, and then our long rest risks, which I always like to have there in case they decide to take a long rest in the middle of the dungeon. Tends to be very helpful to have just sort of like a random roll table to know what to do. The skill checks. Hold on, I've got those saved in here. Here we go. 13, 15, and 17. Actually, wait, hold on. Just 13, 15, 17. Put that back into our atlas here. 13. Oops. 15, and then 17. There we go. So that's just, I always have baseline skill checks sort of pre-planned, so that way if my players decide they want to investigate or try to do this, that, or the other wacky thing, I can just sort of conceptually think like, okay, is this an easy thing that they're trying to do, a really hard thing they're trying to do, or somewhere in the middle? And then I can just choose easy, medium, and difficult. And the 13, 15, 17, it like, depending on how high a level they're going to be at any given section, those will increase. It's just kind of meant to be balanced for what would be pretty easy or what would be really hard or would be somewhere in the middle for someone of level, whatever level the dungeon's designed for to achieve. This one's designed for them being level 3. So 13 will be pretty easy, 15 will be like, give or take, and 17 will start getting pretty hard when you're just at level 3. You don't have a whole lot of excessive or extra points distributed anywhere. You don't have special traits or skills quite yet. You don't really have a whole lot of magical items to make things easier or harder. So, but yeah, that's kind of what we got there. I like our XP breakdown right there. That's mathed out because I'm obsessive about things and I turn everything into a formula and or a chore, and that's just what makes me the happiest. So at any rate, an easy battle will have this much experience, medium, hard, and the boss battle, and so on and so forth. And don't question it, just accept it and move on. No, I've actually kind of broken down my process for doing it in the past, and one of these days I'm going to actually do it. People have asked me to like just make a video and put it on YouTube of how I go about doing it, and one of these days I might have 20 minutes that I can actually do that. But yeah, that's basically where we're at there. Got all that. Perfect. So let's figure out. So we need to figure out our enemies and everything like that. So we kind of already have some villains and allies figured out here. Ox and Ground Knuckle is going to be, King, our King Knoll or Snoll, as like I say, as my players have like have lovingly dubbed the gnolls in this region, because they're snowy gnolls, they're snolls. And I'm like, that's brilliant, and I'm mad at myself for not having figured it out, so we're just going to keep with it. So we've got Ox and Ground Knuckle, and he's sort of the leader of this group, but he's going to be inside the quarry once they get into their second section of this particular thing here. And so then his pet is Knuckle Duster, right? Because it's Ground Knuckle, so it's like Knuckle Duster. That's like his little trained pet. Oxen's pet monstrosity that is half snoll, half wolf. It has a certain degree of intelligence and patrols the quarry as a guard. Is motivated by basic bloodlust. It just likes killing. If it sees any snolls breaking the rules, it'll probably kill them too. It'll be like, hey, here's a chance for me to claw something up. So it'll do that. And the stat block is just that it's a fleece mane lion, but I'm just like reskinning it to look a little different, and I'll describe it differently. I do that all the time. Rather than trying to create monsters or be hamstrung by being like, oh, I thematically want this to be gnolls, but there aren't any gnolls of the right, challenge level based on what I need to have happen here. Rather than dealing with that, I'm just like, yeah, fleece mane lion that's got like scratches and bites and stuff that I want this creature to have. That's pretty good, and we'll just, instead of having it be a beautifully maned lion, which has like, I love the picture of the fleece mane lion. By the way, if you haven't looked it up, look it up. It's a lion that's basically got white Fabio hair. It is so beautiful. I love it so much. The most fabulous creature you've ever heard of. But at any rate, we've got all that figured out there. And then the lackeys, I haven't done any details about this, but it's just like, it's just gnolls. It's just snolls. All snolls of we'll say various skill / training. Yeah, and we'll just leave it like that. That's pretty much what it comes down to. This place gets much more important when we start having more complex dungeons where there might be a couple factions present, and you can kind of keep it straight just up here, just like a straight list of like who's like which leaders are there, who's leading which faction, what the dynamics between those leaders are, and all that kind of stuff. Gets handier later on, but as it stands right now, so we don't need a whole lot here. The boss is going to be Knuckle Duster. And we're going to say fleece mane lion, not lion. Man, that's some kindergarten spelling level stuff right there. Lion? Don't just you don't enunciate that O very much, so it just kind of sounds like a line. Anyway, fleece main lion reskinned. Bada bing, bada boom. Do that. So as far as everything else goes, we just need to come up with a list of various gnolls that are challenge ratings that'll give it. So the way I always do it is the fodder enemies, the easiest enemies, 10 of them would make up a medium battle. Soldiers would be about 5 of them will make up a medium battle. Leaders, 2 or 3 of them will make up a medium battle. And then the boss, 1 of them will make up a medium battle is usually what I do. Sometimes I'll vary it based on what I need at any given time. But I like to do it that way because the boss battle will have that much experience points. But that's perfect because that way we can have the boss, which will only have somewhere in the vicinity of 600. And then we can give him some minions. Because you can have a single boss that's like challenge rating miles ahead what you would think players could handle. And they can still do it because action economy will just let them sit there and just like, gang beat the guy. Just like knock him over and just all keep kicking him until he dies and they can take his shoes, right? So it's like if you give minions, it creates a much more dynamic battle. So any chance you get, try to make sure that your boss battles are designed with minions present and in mind. You'll thank yourself. I guarantee you'll thank yourself if you do that. Because your players will they'll have a much more challenging boss experience. It sucks. Like I've had it happen before. It sucks when you present them with a boss and they go in there and you're like, yes, you're finally facing King Horrible, the necromantic dinosaur. That's like gonna just like in your mind try and demolish them, and then 3 rounds later, three rounds through combat later, the thing is dying, and you're like, well, that wasn't much of a boss battle. And you're trying to figure out how you can subtly, second health bar that crap back to life just to give them a better conclusion other than like, yeah, then we showed up and kicked that guy's ass. It took 2 minutes. Anyway, here's his head. Can we get 1,000,000 gold now? Like, well, that is kind of amusing in its own right. It's usually not great for a good extended gameplay. So yeah, so let's go ahead and come up with some enemies here. We've got our Durbadur beyond here. Let's get some monsters going. And I'm gonna start off by just searching up gnolls and seeing if we can just kind of pick from the existing gnolls, just because that will be a bit easier. But if we don't have existing gnolls that are quite doing what I need them to do as far as like challenges and stuff goes, we can always expand to other like humanoids and find things that have similar abilities and then go from there. So let's see here. So we're gonna do some gnolls. Let's come up with our easiest ones. Our fodder, we need them to be somewhere in the vicinity of 64 experience points, right? So it's like if 10 of them would make up a medium battle, 10 of them need to be worth about 642. That's like the exact math. Obviously, it's not going to actually work that way because of how things are done. That's just, I keep it as close to the exact math, so that way I know if I'm going to do give or take 50 or 100, I know exactly where the actual limit is, so I don't accidentally creep myself more and more difficult or more and more easy. So, have some good snolls. These are not good snolls. See, I've changed my vernacular. These are snolls. They are snow gnolls, and so my players one-upped me on the pun believable jokes, and they dubbed them snolls, and I was like, that's brilliant, and that's what they are. It's not even that. It's not even that's what they are now. That's what they are. They always were snolls, even if I wasn't smart enough to recognize it. They've always been snolls, and they will continue to be snolls. And they're very bad. They're very bad people. They're very bad. They smell. They don't brush their teeth. They're very bad. Okay. So we need them to be worth about 60 experience points. These guys are 50, so yeah, we can probably just go with our witherlings here. I use witherlings a lot, but I mean, gosh, they serve the purpose. They serve their purpose well. So I'm gonna go ahead and go with it. Fodder, gnoll, witherling, and then I'll just put 50 XP, so that way I can remember exactly what they're worth when I'm doing quick math later and need to deal with that. So we got the gnoll witherlings. The next ones need to be So if we need about 5 of them to be worth about that 650, so we need each of them to be worth somewhere around 100 to 150. So let's see here. These guys are worth 100, so we can go with Gas the Knoll. We can just go with our regular old Knolls. We can go with the Knoll Hunters if we wanted to. I think I'm just going to go with the standard Knolls. Well, let's see here. So our bosses will need to be worth about 200 to 300 experience points apiece. 450 of that's going to be too much. Yeah, so challenge rating 1. So let's look at, so that kind of leaves us with Flesh Gnars if we want to stick with this spread, which I kind of do. I always try to stick with it as best I can. Because the other thing too is if I stick with the Knolls and kind of let it stay as just like these are the Knolls that our players are dealing with, that actually works out really well, because then it's like the players, they can kind of avoid that question mark of are they metagaming too much, because them and their characters will be encountering more and more Knolls. So they'll basically just learn what the Knolls are, and it will make sense for their characters to have learned. And it won't be just like players doing metagaming type stuff. So, you know, it kind of ends up working out pretty well. So we're gonna do this. Thing is, these guys have multi-attack, which uses bite, short sword, and they have sudden rush. These guys are pure melee, the Knoll Flesh Gnars. So I'm gonna write that down first, just so I don't forget. Knoll Flesh Gnawer. Those were 200 XP. And so with that in mind, I'm going to go with the Knoll Hunters here, because the Knoll Hunters, they have ranged attacks. And so that way we're going to give my players a little bit more fear while dealing with these guys, because they're going to suddenly be like, oh, geez, we got to worry about some ranged people. It's going to end up being really fun and interesting, though, because there is like low and high ground, and so there's ways for them to hide against walls or deeper back away from cliffs and stuff like that. So it's not necessarily going to be a death sentence if they invoke the ire of about, 20 Knoll Hunters down here while they're like up here, because they can just kind of back away and they won't have a good angle, and then they can worry about trying to like funnel them for the attacks, right? So it's like there's a lot of dynamic stuff here that I really don't need to be afraid, I don't think, of really laying it on thick with some of these battles. So especially now, boys, we're up close with some shooty boys in the back. You got it. That is probably the most accurate description I think I've ever heard of it. Really on the nose, really spectacular. I appreciate being this well understood. So yeah, I think that'll work really well. I think that's a good spread. I'm gonna bring it over here so let's see stuff. I think that's a good spread for our enemies. Or that. Oh, I do need to just look up really quickly here, just to make sure I have everything right. Go search up fleece for the Fleecebane Lion. Worth 700 experience points. That's perfect. Yeah, one of them being a middling, like one of them would be a medium battle allegedly, so that puts it at 600 experience points, or 700. So it is 700 when we needed to have somewhere around 650. So that's pretty spot on. So that's perfect. I'm just gonna write down, for the sake of math as well, that it has 700 XP. Boom. There we go. Okay. All right. That gives us all that kind of stuff. And I think that means we're ready to start really laying out all of the dangerous packs of enemies and traps and all kinds of crap for our players to deal with. So we are going to do that in just a minute. I need to run to the bathroom really quick and refill my beverage. So sit tight for me. I will be back very shortly. I appreciate your patience. And when we get back, we'll start getting some really cool stuff going on here. So yeah, I'll see you in like a minute and a half, 2 minutes. I don't know. Go ahead and time me. Tell me how accurate I am. right back. Oh, shoot. You know what? Hold on. Give me 1 second. I need to go. I'm going to go grab a throat lozenge. My throat's been a little scratchy today, so I'm going to go grab that real quick so I don't lose my voice in the next 20 minutes. So give me 1 second. I'll be right back. I'm not even going to change it. I promise I'll be right back. All right, there we go. Now I'm actually back. Like, for real this time. Like, no joke. This time I'm back. All right. Great. Let's see here. Oh, we do need to come up with a couple of wandering monster encounters that can possibly happen if they take a long rest. Let's see here. Yeah, I know. It's not... I don't... Like, it doesn't feel like I'm getting sick. It just feels like my throat's just a little scratchy. I don't know if it's just like a higher pollen day or something like that around here. It's hard to say. Like, usually I don't have issues with allergies until either spring or fall, where just like the change in weather will start impacting it. But sometimes it just like acts up and I'll just get a scratchy throat for no reason, or I'll get like a runny nose for a couple days. It just doesn't make any sense. Stupid body being poisoned by the world around me. Alright, let's see here. We need to come up with just a couple of possible wandering monster attacks. I always set them to medium. I think it's going to be pretty easy. We can do three of these guys to make a medium battle. Just the concept basically being they're on patrol, so if our players are sitting still, then let's see, sitting, like if our players are caught sitting still, taking a long rest or something like that, they might have, oops, my bad. We might have, you know, a patrol that comes across them or something like that. And then let's do, can do one, do one of these guys. And then, let's say that would math out when we need 4 of these guys to make 600. Perfect. Again, we're just going to call that 600. Experience points. Bing, bada, boom. Okay. That pretty much handles all of our fundamental stuff that I prefer to make sure is squarely in place as I need it. Now we can go ahead and start doing some room details here. So, trying to think about all of this. So with all of our story stuff that we need to put in place, and pretty much putting all of these things in the interior of the quarry. The exterior is pretty much just all camp places and like people on patrol. So I'm thinking we can just go ahead and place just a bunch of enemies and stuff around without worrying too much about the dynamics of who would be guarding what, where would certain things be. I think with this one we can just kind of make it just a minefield of dangerous situations, and that kind of take care of it. Yeah, I think that serves well. Let's do it. Now I had started, let me see here. Now one thing I had started doing was, yeah, I started changing exactly how I was laying these things out here. The narrative, danger, rewards, mission tie-ins. I'm gonna just like format all of these so I remember everything that I need for all of them. Narrative, danger, rewards, and then what was it, mission tie-ins or something like that. That one, there we go. Is that how you had it? Yeah, because then if there's a puzzle, we'll do it that way. Perfect. Okay. And so now, just for the sake of ease. Da-da-da-da. There we go. Now we got it all ready to go. Great. Kind of what we're going to put in each room here. Sorry, it's weird trying to talk with a lozenge. I don't want to be gross and like accidentally spit it out. Because not only would that be gross for you guys to look at, but what a waste of a lozenge. Because there's so much cat hair in my apartment, there's no way it would make it out unscathed. I can't put that back in my mouth. No, sir. I mean, what am I, made of money? Come on, these lozenges are worth like 2 pennies a pop. Can't be wasting that kind of crap. How will we ever make it in this world if I just throw money away like that? Alright, room 1. Let's just start going down by the rooms. Since I don't really need to worry about too much. I think the only thing I'm wondering is if I want... I think 5 is definitely going to have our boss battle. I think that just makes sense. It's going to be the most guarded spot in the quarry. And if we do that, then usually I don't always put the boss in the last room they get to. That always feels a little too convenient. Sometimes I'll have the boss just kind of scattered in there. But in this situation, because there's not really anything super important going on in most of this part of the quarry, I feel like putting the boss battle right there is kind of justified to make sure that getting into the rest of the quarry requires that they encounter at least some sort of challenge. Because in theory, if they're just not feeling it, like they can enter in through here, make it through 7, which isn't necessarily going to have any enemies in it. Go down here, try to sneak their way through 6 if they want to, and then go down and then go there. So they could, in theory, only have to deal with like 3 or 4 locations depending on how they approach it. So if that's how they're going to approach it, then I'm damn well going to give them a boss battle here. The flip side of it is that I think would be really funny is if they did that, I would 100% have like these guys and these guys hear what's going on down there and like have a bunch of archers going down from above. So I feel like actually both of these ones are going to have a lot of the Knoll Hunters up in them. I think I kind of have to do that. Just so that way I can add that dynamic. That can be a built-in second health bar situation if the boss battle down here does end up being too hard. So I think 5 is boss battle. And then 3 and 9 down there are, those are, camps with a lot of gnolls around there that can really sort of get the attacking going on there. But I think that's going to be how we're going to lay this out. So I'm going to put a couple notes there to remember that's what I want to do with all these. Danger here, oops, is going to be the boss battle. 3. Danger here, we're going to put, Knoll Hunters. I'm gonna like format and put more detail here. This is just placeholder reminders for myself. And here again, the Knoll Hunters. If we do that, that can add some dynamic stuff into the battle there. Yeah. The only other thought that I had is like if the boss is going to be that sort of like trained dog creature thing that like is described as patrolling around, I almost want to have that thing like roaming between areas, and maybe even have that thing patrolling and using the tunnels here, which I provided for my players. Like, it would be kind of interesting, like, I can just, anytime they make a move and go somewhere, I can have the wolf creature also moving to another room and just kind of, like, randomize that in a way. And, like, have it go in the tunnels, and if our players move towards the one that it just went in, they, like, encountered in the tunnel. And then they kind of have to deal with that challenge. I kind of want to do something like that. But I think what I might do is I might when we get to 5 and start writing our descriptions of 5 and everything like that, I might write that as like an optional variant. Like if I feel like it's mostly going to come down to if I feel like keeping track of that much stuff during a session, then we can do that. You'd be amazed at how much extra work just keeping track of one mobile NPC can be. Brown-based thing on the map. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Just like set up and make it an optional set of rules. Like build the boss battle around it being in here. But if I decide it would be more interesting and more dynamic, I can have that thing kind of up and patrolling around, and the boss battle becomes wherever the players encounter that thing, including if they want to, then being able to lure it. And that's another thing that would make it really easy or really interesting, is if we kind of presented this in a way that like the players could lure it and be very intentional about when they encounter it. So if they wanted to lure it to a place where they know there won't be a lot of snolls, or you know they've already killed a lot of the snolls and they wanted to do that to try and like lure it in here, and then they can get the high ground for their attacks or something like that. They can Obi-Wan that crap if they want to. So I kind of like that, but I'm gonna put it as a rule variant because yeah, that's the type of thing where it's just like, you know, in the middle of a session when there's 800 things going on, that might just be the one thing too much. You never know. Haven't come out with that. Yeah, I do that kind of crap all the time. I will happily do that kind of crap all the time if it serves. I will happily do that. But that one doesn't require any planning. That can always be true. I can have that happen to them right now. I can literally have any monster show up against them tonight, regardless of if I've established that that monster is present or has a stake in that particular fight or whatever. And you want to know why I can do that? Because I'm the god of this world. I am the one in charge. You cannot tell me what I can and can't do in my own world. This is my world. I created. I birthed this world. I am the master of it. Sorry. You're not supposed to see me. You're not supposed to see my true form. It's too much for the average mortal human to withstand. I apologize. I hope your brain didn't melt too much there. So stupid. Okay. Let's see here. So I want to put in, so we've definitely established also that 6 and 4 need to have enemies in them. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm just kind of putting notes where I need to put them here. 4 and 6. Say gnolls. Wait, whoa, hold on. I almost screwed up here. Hold on, I really screwed up here. Actually, no. We're just gonna keep it as gnolls. I'm just keeping it that way and not putting the snolls because that's like, when it comes to finding the stat blocks, it's gnolls, and who knows what poop brain might come up with in the middle of a distracted session and think like, why am I not finding any of the snolls in the PHP? Oh, there it is. It's because it's it's because it's not actually a thing. So the attack, yeah, exactly. It turns out you guys have to battle. You guys have to battle a bunch of Secret Service agents that have guns because it's fantasy and I'm God and I can do what I want. How's it going, Suki? Good to see you here. Yeah. Okay. So anyway, danger and gnolls. We're gonna put gnolls there. I usually like to have a couple other possible battles. But I almost kind of want to do, like, now that I'm thinking about it, I almost want to lean way heavily into the whole patrolling creatures thing, and maybe have like some creatures that are patrolling like around 7, and it's just like they're patrolling back and forth. So they're just like patrolling that, like this whole area. They patrol kind of back and forth along all of these, or something like that. And it's like you can just kind of wing it as our players. If they want to do stealth type stuff, they can do that. That would actually work really well. I like that. And then what other areas are unaccounted for? We've got 1, 2, 8, and 10 here. I know 8 and 1 I wanted to leave empty because those are going to be good ways for players to sort of get, you know, they can tactically use those if they want to. And I think 2 is just going to be outside the quarry. So I feel like there's probably going to be a few guarding at 10. And we'll just like have that one be an easy battle, and maybe this one's an easy battle too, of just a few that are patrolling, and then the rest of them are camps, like encampments, that are going to be a bit more difficult because they're just more numerous. I think that'll work. I think that's going to work out okay here. I think that's going to work out okay. Smash cut to like 3 weeks in the future when we're running this and everything is not okay. Everything's falling apart. My computer's literally on fire. Oh my god, what's happening? Okay, I think that's what I want to do. So 7, we're just going to do danger. We're going to do patrolling. Patrols. I'm trying to figure out how to combine gnolls and trolls. Anyway. Patrolling gnolls. Got it. Patrolling gnolls. The drooling patrolling gnolls. That sounds actually pretty fitting there. Yeah. And then danger will say guarding gnolls. There's so many DMs use one note. Probably because it's very handy for organizing things. That's why I use it. It's just very handy when I can organize everything into these tabs and notebooks and everything like that. So that's probably what it comes down to. There's a lot of different sources that can all do that to different degrees as well. But OneNote was also one of the earlier forms of it. So a lot of people who have been in it for a longer time, such as myself, kind of got used to using OneNote because it was there and it was made accessible if you had Microsoft Word. So it was just like a tool that was there to use. The Knoll Troll song. No need to apologize. I think that's a perfectly fair connection. We've all thought it. We've all thought it before. That's for sure. All right. So yeah, I think that's how I want the dangers to go. Then just like one. I think like areas 1 and 9, or not 9. It was 8. Yeah, it was 1 and 8. I think 1 and 8 can both. I think what I want to do for both of these is, I'm just gonna say for the danger, do ground, collapse, risk, and it's gonna be the same up here in 1. Ground, collapse, risk. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. Yeah, we all get on tangents. Have you watched my streams? Yeah, tangents happen. It's acceptable. All right, there we go. Yeah, I think that's good. I think that's kind of how I want to pan it out. As far as rewards go, we can just kind of figure those out. We can just kind of figure those out in the moment, man. We can just see where the flow of the world takes us. All right, area number 1. So this is kind of up here. Got a tunnel there. These tunnels aren't really meant to be secret, I don't think. I think I want these tunnels to be pretty obvious, because they were like at one point in time mining tunnels that like are obviously not used for that anymore. And they all connect to each other. Yeah, I think I'm gonna commit to having A, B, C, and D all connect to each other, but E be a separate thing. Is how I think I want to set that up. Because I think the only other way to make it kind of interesting with all of them connecting to our underground part of the quarry here is if they each connect to different parts of the quarry. And I think I've already got the quarry how I want it. I don't think I want to make any changes to it. So I think that kind of necessitates that we're going to set it up this way. So I think I'm going to do it that way. I think that's good. Is it though? Hold on. Let me pull up hold on. Okay. Let me pull up. Actually, no, the easiest way to do it is going to be to go this way. Quarry interior and open that up as like a new tab. Oops, nope. Where is it? There's it. Give me that one, and then give me this one, and then give me this one. There we go. So it's like we can have them all. Because I do already have 4 there. A, B, C, D, and if we put an E right there, it actually would serve really well. And now that I think about it, I actually really like the idea of players maybe bouncing between the two maps a lot as they're trying to navigate this area. I actually really like the idea of these all being integrated into like functionally one big map. Now that I'm thinking about it, I kind of really like this idea. So I'm gonna commit to it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna commit to it. I'm just gonna shut up and commit to something. You know, we're all afraid of it, but sometimes you just gotta be willing to make that commitment. Put that right there. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you know, I'm kind of loving it too. I think that's going to be great. I think that's going to make it really interesting and dynamic actually now that I think about it. The more I think about it, the more I like the idea. Yeah. Yeah. Boom, there we go. Those blasted server limits will get you every time. I understand. Okay, yeah, I like this idea. Okay, scratch it. I like the idea. I like the idea. We're gonna do it. The tunnel placement's a little weird considering there's this, but we're just gonna not overthink it and we're just gonna let it be. And there's just like these different tunnels that like it's all. We'll just assume it's like one big giant like ant hill underground ant tunnel maze thing going on where it's like tunnels are crisscross going all over the place, and that like the actual scope of it isn't like, oh, this is the quarry with some underground over here. It'll be like this whole thing is the quarry, and those are just the parts that are still intact and accessible for the players is what we'll do. So yes, when I have time, I will give you permissions and get you back in the server. Once the stream is done, sometime this evening, I'll try and remember to get that done for you. So yeah, that's perfect. I like that. I like that a lot, actually. I'm into it. I'm into it. Okay. With that in mind, now we can really start doing some stuff here. Alright, so the narrative here. Actually, you know what? I think just when I'm trying to conceptually think about things, I know that they're going to first arrive through Area 10 here. So I'm going to start off describing that one. Because then we can kind of describe everything from the perspective of like they arrive from that direction and then they're going in. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so as you yeah, okay, this is going to be the most like descriptive part of it. Yeah, this will be the most descriptive thing because I'm going to describe basically the intro of walking up here. So yeah, once I get you access into the Discord, share it there. I'm not going to go over stuff on stream just because it gets really difficult to like balance all that stuff and doing the writing that I'm trying to get done and everything here. But once I get you to the Discord, I've got servers and stuff for all that kind of stuff for you. Okay, so let's see here. Narrative. Let's see here. After chasing the Snolls for a few days, you suddenly see yep, no problem. Thank you for stopping by, Tuki, and we will, like I say, I'll get you queued up into that Discord server sometime this afternoon when I get the chance. But thank you for stopping by. I appreciate you coming in and saying hi. Okay, so let's see here. After chasing the Snolls for a few days, you suddenly see a small cluster of them in the distance. And it's like, this is, I'm just going to say, I'm going to put in a DM note here. Allow players to stealth closer for the following, following. If they fail, jump right into. Okay, actually, you know what we're gonna do? Because I'm trying to be better about like not taking shortcuts in my descriptions and stuff like that too. Just because, you know, it's like it's fun to really focus on the craft here. So we'll say, we're going ahead. Actually, I need to do this. So if sneak if they sneak, cumbersome formatting changes stuff. If they sneak, as you quietly approach with the assistance of the surrounding trees and plant life. Game. By all means, stop in and have a listen. If anything speaks to you, feel free to steal it. If it all sounds stupid, then ignore it. I don't know. I'm just kind of winging it. So sometimes my ideas are good and sometimes they're not. But yes, by all means, come in and listen and enjoy. So as you quietly approach with the assistance of the surrounding trees and plant life, manage to get a better view of the group ahead. Oh my goodness, ahead of you. You see a small cluster of gnolls that all seem rather disinterested in holding their current guard position. Say, you cannot tell at first, but as you approach, you begin to see that the ground behind them seems to drop off. We'll say, according to maps of the area, you realize that this must be the ancient, abandoned quarry that is in this area. Boom, there we go. Token and keyword there. Ever seen his work? I may have, but I hearing the name doesn't trigger anything for me. But I totally understand the concept of making sure the big bad has his own big bad effect on your players. So I totally get that. That's awesome. Okay, so yeah, the abandoned quarry that is in this area. So we'll just kind of do that. I don't feel like it needs to be a secret that there's a quarry there. I mean, it's kind of a well-known thing that exists within the world around this area. So that's if they sneak. We'll just say, and if no sneak, either because they don't think of it or because they fail it, as you approach, you are spotted by the gnolls, who immediately start to chatter and move towards you, clearly ready to fight. Boom, there we go. That's what they get. Do I assign sneak DC to that? So what I'll typically do is, unless there's something that I really specifically have to do in the dungeon notes up ahead, I just sort of, for whatever area they're in, based on what level they're at, I have sort of pre-assigned easy, medium, and difficult skill checks. And so that way it's like, I find it, if I just know that like an easy one's going to be a 13, medium is going to be 15, and a hard one's going to be 17, if I just kind of stick with those things, it'll be a lot easier to just sort of like go on the fly if they do something that I'm not like explicitly pre-planned for. So if they do, hi Kitty, did you want to come up and say hi to everyone? Come here. Or are you just gonna stare awkwardly? Well, you stare awkwardly. So yeah, I try to do like an easy, medium, hard situation. So that way, depending on what they're doing and how difficult it is or isn't going to be based on their level, I'll be able to just sort of like handle it no matter what they decide to do. Because if they, if they decide they want to do something completely different, like one of them is just going to be like, oh, I'm going to climb out a bunch of trees and try to do like a front flip, and land in amongst them. It's like, okay, well, I'm going to definitely need an acrobatics check for that kind of maneuver, and that's going to be a pretty difficult one. So it's just kind of easier to handle it on the fly rather than saying like, oh, if they want to sneak, they can do this. And then, like, if they come up with something else that kind of satisfies it, but I didn't really plan for it, and I'm like, oh, is that more difficult or hard? That's just how I do it. Eligible for that check is probably 13. Well, it depends on their levels, right? So they're all level 3 right now. So 13 will be fairly easy for them. 15 will be a little bit more difficult, and 17 will be pretty hard. No, Leela's my cat. She came up. There's cat cam for you guys. He's just saying hi to the kitty. Watch, you guys get to see exactly what she does. So you notice how she's like lying right on the mouse. The mouse that was here first, right? And now she's gonna start getting all mad at me when I try to like move the mouse and it bumps into her. So just like, enjoy watching her get really mad and possibly attack my hand. This is my life and I've accepted it. Like, it really is like just having a small child around. But yeah, so yeah, I typically speaking, unless I have a specific reason to do, unless I have a specific reason to do something other than those averages, I just stick with those. And I'll put specific notes on specific things that I plan for. Like those tend to be the things that will earn, like if they come up with those things, if they ask to do one of those things, then that's when I'll grant them the easy one, right? Because they've just kind of like planned it. Another camera because we need the cat. I know, that's the thing. That's what I keep saying. Is like eventually one of these days it's going to turn into nothing but cat cam. And we're just going to create a camera that just follows my cat around, and we'll have a 24-hour stream of it, and everyone will love it, and she'll be the most famous cat in the world. Because, like, between me and cat, I get it. Like, I get it. The cat is the winner. I totally understand. Leela responds best to the pss. Like, that's what she says. Yeah, see it? Look at it. She as soon as I do it. Pss. Yeah, see, there she goes. It was ham. What an absolute ham. Yeah, no, she doesn't respond to whistles at all. She responds to the pss. That's her thing. I know, kitty. I know. Are you gonna start taking screenshots like you did last night? Her tail last night, she sat down and then her tail started smacking the keyboard and she took like 7 screenshots. Apparently she thought that was a very important event that was happening exactly then in Power Wash Simulator. So are you gonna get all huffy with me, kitty, when I start moving my mouse? Look at her, one of her ears is already back. She's already like, don't you move that mouse. Such a turd. Okay, so there's our descriptions there. Response to the clicks. Yeah. I used to, our old, like, it's so funny. Every animal responds to something a little differently. We had a, our dog, passed away a few years ago. But the dog that, like, was mine growing up, like in high school and beyond, she would always respond to the kissing noises, like that's what she responded to. But Leela doesn't give a rip about those. Like, she kind of looks curiously, but she does respond to the pss. I know. She also responds to being pet. I know, that's a happy kitty. It's a very happy kitty. I know. Those are happy meows. Look at her. She's like, oh, this is heavenly. I know. What a ham. What a little ham. Cracks me up. Alright, anyway, what the heck was I writing? Oh, yeah. Alright, so, okay, so we kind of got all that stuff figured out. Like I say, the save is kind of preset to our 13, 15. I guess for this one, what I'm going to do is, let's see here. Allow players to stealth closer, for the following, let's say, allow players to stealth closer. For this one, I guess I will specify setting it to the 13. It's kind of a given. I always know that when I'm writing, it's kind of a given that if I don't specify, default to the easiest one. But also sometimes I have different reasons to default it at a specific thing. But for this one, we'll let this one be pretty easy because there's meant to be a lot of trees and scrub around that. It could be pretty easy for them to, just sort of like army crawl their way through if that's what they want to do. What are you working on, kitty? What are you working on, kitty? You're entering the position that looks like you might be getting ready to pounce on something. 'Cause I know you. I know the way you behave. Yeah. Also, it's not very polite of you to be mooning the internet. You know, like, not very ladylike of you. Just saying. Compose yourself. You're out of control. Alright, so the danger, the guarding. Okay, wait, hold on. So now that it's the Snolls. She's gonna fall in 3, 2. Yeah, right, seriously, she's gonna knock everything over. Oh, boy. Let's see here. Okay, so the guarding, the Snolls that are guarding here. So this one, I wanted this one to be an easy battle because they just put a couple guys up front. Easy battle. It's kind of almost more of a punishment, for them to abort. I hope she doesn't decide to do anything too insane. It's kind of. I think she's watching herself on the feedback screen. I know. There you go. There you go, Kitty. There you go. I know, Kitty. This is just pure heaven for her right now. It's like, oh my god, I get to be up here bothering you and getting attention. Oh my god, so perfect. Oh my god. All right. So if I want this to be an easy battle, easy battles in this area are worth somewhere in the vicinity of 321 experience points. So either 300 or 350. I think I'm just gonna put 3 of the Gnoll Hunters here. I think that would make a lot of sense, and that's like totally how they would set it up. They would just have like 3 guys, with bow and arrows. I don't know if she's gonna knock over the computer, but now her tail is 100% smacking the cord for the cat cam, so she might knock over cat cam, which, again, is like the most appropriate outcome for cat cam, to be knocked over by a cat, right? Like, can you think of a more fitting thing to do with a cat cam? I don't think I can. I don't even know who sings that song, but that song is so ingrained in my memory from when it was on the radio, every other song for a while. I don't even listen to the radio. And see, this is a rant that I get on all the time. Like, I'm a firm believer that the only reason people think songs are, like, popular songs are actually bad, it's not that they think the song is bad, they're just tired of hearing it, because a good popular song will be on the radio for years and years. There are some that are just, like, bad songs and you wonder why they end up being popular. And that's why I always say don't listen to the radio, and why I avoid listening to the radio. But there's a time in my life when it was like I couldn't avoid hearing the radio because I was in college and we would hop inside. Was it Kesha? I wanted to say Kesha, but I don't know. There's a lot of them that around that time were like they all kind of sounded the same and were making the same songs. And so, but yeah, like, you know, like I got really sick of that song, but I don't think it's because it was a bad song. I think it's entirely because there was a period in my life where when I was in college, whenever we would hop into anyone's car, because I went to college in a pretty remote area. It was a university that was in a city that was pretty far removed from anywhere else. You had to travel like 5 hours to get to any other city of any comparable size. You know, so it was pretty far removed, and so there were like 3 local channels, and so everyone listened to the same one because it was either NPR, like classic rock, or pop. Like those were the radios. Stations, and so like everyone just like either had it on classic rock or pop, and so there was a 50-50 chance you'd hop into someone's car and they'd have it on the channel that was playing that song. So TikTok songs get overplayed for that. That's for sure. They also get misused awkwardly sometimes. Like, people will use like some songs and you're like, this doesn't really fit the mood, but okay. Oh, where are we going, Kitty? All done? Oh, Kitty, stretch. Kitty, stretch. You can't run from cat cam. You cannot run from cat cam. Cat cam will follow you. Oh my gosh, look at that glare. She's like, I hate cat cam. Oh my god, that's perfect. I love it so much. What you guys don't realize, cat cam was really 90% a purchase for me. Like, the fact that you guys like it is just a bonus. I know, because I love you, and so if I can have multiple angles of you, it's perfect. I know. You're a sweetie. You're a butthole, but you're also a sweetie. Okay. What? How can I help you, honey? What do you need? I don't know. She doesn't know. She is one of the most cattest cats that has ever catted. Oh, is that a kitty yawn? Look at you. I know, kitty. Yeah, see, sorry guys, stream's over. I'm just gonna sit here and be enamored with my cat today. Oh. Yeah, her little winking eye. Yeah. Yeah, she does pretty well without that eye. I mean, you can see her when she jumps over to her cat tree. Like, she doesn't let no lack of depth perception hold her back, do ya? I know. I need to create some sort of like, you guys, I'm sure you guys would love some sort of like system where you guys can like decide whether she gets a treat or not. I need to figure out exactly how I would limit that though. I can't have it be unlimited, otherwise she'd be like 800 pounds because y'all like unhealthily fat animals on the internet. I know, and I won't let that happen to you. We're gonna stay healthy sizes for our entire lives, you and me both. Global redeem limit. That's true. Yeah, we could do something like that so that like everyone can like chip in and just have it be kind of a high, like a higher threshold or something like that. Although it would kind of take care of itself, because if everyone redeems like 800 on the first day and so she gets like 500 treats, well then no one will be able to do it for a while. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, I gotta think about it, and I gotta think about what would be a good limit, because I want you guys to be able to like interact. It would be pointless if, you know, like we never got there. But yeah, I don't want her to get like 800 treats, because not only would that make her overweight, but also that would make her like the most disruptive thing in the world, because that'll teach her so quickly. That'll teach her so quickly to just like hover around and bother me for treats, because she won't understand the connection. So oh, I see what you're saying. I'm like a global cooldown. Oh yeah, that is a really good idea. That is a really good idea. Yeah, I'll have to do that where it's like once every half hour tops or something like that. And we can do that because that'll kind of limit it. Oh shit, is she ducking down? You can't hide from cat cam. Dang it. Oh, are you rubbing your face on the desk? Yes. Let the world know that that desk is yours. Oh no, she wouldn't. It's not even that she wouldn't let me. I would just like be such a sucker that when every time she showed up, I'd be like, oh great, well I guess we're done. I guess we're done worrying about writing and stuff like that. Like I haven't done any writing in the past like 15 minutes. Make a cooldown limit for each user. That might be a better way to do it. The other thought I had is to like every hour or something like that, do a raffle or something like that. But it's like not really meaningful, because it's like, oh, it's from this person who wins the raffle, but it's like actually not, because it's still just me that gives it, so that wouldn't really do it. So yeah, like doing redeems per person would make more sense. It's like if everyone gets like one redeem per stream or per week even, or something like that, just so that way it doesn't go too crazy or something like that. Yeah, I'll have to look into how all that works, because not only do I need to make sure I set it up properly, but also I need to learn how to set that stuff up properly in the first place, because I'm a dumb little Twitch baby who doesn't know how to do anything on Twitch. I barely know how to start up OBS every day I start it up. I'm like already reaching grandpa levels of technological know-how. Like the things I know how to do, I know really well, but yeah, I may call on you. At some point in time. I'll if you're part. I don't remember. I always forget who all is part of the Discord. But if you're there, I might reach out for some assistance there if I need it, if I can't figure it out. So I appreciate that. I appreciate the offer for sure. Okay, hold on. Let's do some writing. Holy crap, let me do some writing. People are gonna come in here and be like, this guy isn't writing at all. He's just talking about his cat. Like, what a weirdo. I mean, we get it, but also what a weirdo. Hold on, it's bothering me how crooked the camera got here. There we go, that's a bit less crooked. There we go. Oh. Just gonna sit there awkwardly. I'm focusing. I'm writing. Okay. All right, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, if I need help, I'll let you know. I appreciate that. And I do need a drink. Oh, I didn't mean to like disturb you, kitty. I'm sorry. Hey, bye. She's wandering into the back room. I think she's gonna find one of her quiet places to lay down and take a nap. In case she comes back, we'll set it up to the cat tree. The cat tree is the default until I can get my hands on a lava lamp, like I keep talking about doing. But great, now we can actually get a little more writing done. now I'll stop being obsessed with my cat. Well, I'll always be obsessed with my cat, but it won't be forefront of my mind for a little while. so we can actually do some writing here. See, cats ruin everything. Don't get a cat. And when I say don't get a cat, I mean absolutely get a cat. They're absolutely fantastic. Fantastic and phenomenal. They're phantominal. Rewards. I don't know. Only what the Snolls have on them. We'll just say what we'll do is we can just do a couple bullets. I always just try to, like, I don't usually like to itemize them too much. But also I'm trying to be a bit better about that, because I do have some players that their characters are kind of built off of like picking up spare weapons to like throw and stuff like that. Is what he wants to do. His like character only throws weapons, and so he'll pick up every knife and every spear that he can find so that he can like throw everything. Have a pupper. Oh, that's cute. Pups are cute too. I'm just partial. Well, like, I started off being partial to cats just because like it's more convenient to have cats in apartments. But these days I think I'm just a crazy cat lady. Like I've gotten so in tune with cats as creatures in general. Like cats and I, we just get each other. Like cats, like I feel the cat attitude, the catitude, if you will, right here. Right? Like it's just, I get it. The whole, I want to be present, but I don't want you to notice me, and I want you to think that you're in charge, but you're not in charge. Like I get it. I just totally understand. I totally understand cats, and I think they're hilarious. Because cats totally give off that vibe of like, it's like the Prince John in Disney's Robin Hood vibe, where it's like he thinks he's in charge. Like the cats think they're in charge, but they're 100% not in charge. They're just bumbling idiots, which is just absolutely amazing. 15 years old, not much of a pup. Okay, first off, incorrect. All dogs are pups, as far as I'm concerned. Although that might just be my age thing, because at 30, the oldest dog in the world, like approaching 20, is still young to me. So they're all pups. Every dog is a good pup. That's how it works. Unless they're a bad pup. I don't know. all dogs are pups. Oh boy. Okay. So but yeah, so I've been trying to be a bit better about itemizing for the sake of my players, because they are being a bit more specific about those things. And honestly, I'm actually really into it. I have a lot of fun with it. I think it's really fun to be itemized and specific about these types of things, and to care about like ammo and stuff. So I'm actually kind of glad that my players are getting into that kind of stuff. But I never enforce that, because I know that adds a lot of work that some groups are less willing to work with than others. Booty to steal in Sea of Thieves, that is an excellent reason to be quieter in chat. I 100% support that. Sea of Thieves is amazing. I remember the first time I ever played Sea of Thieves, I didn't know what my team was doing, and I was running around on an island, and then my team blew me up with a cannon, and I went flying just like miles into the sea. It was one of the best things that's ever happened to me. It was absolutely hilarious. Alright, let's see here. So these guys will have longbows, spears, and that's it. So we'll say that's what the hunters have, and we put what, 3 of them here? What, are people talking smack on Sea of Thieves? That's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Like, it might not be the best game ever made, but that doesn't mean it's not great. Nah, Sea of Thieves is hilarious. Sea of Thieves is absolutely hilarious. And also, who gives a rip? If you enjoy a game, who cares what other people think? Who cares what other people think? If you're enjoying your time, that's what matters. Tell them all to kick rocks. All right, let's see here. So they've got there's 3 of them. So 3 longbow. We'll say only 2 of them had spears on them. 2 spear. Say just stay up till 2 a.m. Yeah, tell them to shove it. Tell them to shove it. A bad friend right there. Forget that. Oh, we need to give them some arrows. So a lot of times what I like to do for this is I like to, like, it would be kind of fun. Like, this is something that I always think about. It would be fun to, like, watch some plums. That is delightfully specific. I love it and I approve. Oh boy. I feel that, Eldritch. Sea of Thieves is only fun with other people. I've only ever played it multiplayer with my D&D group, really. That's the only way that I'll play it, because I don't have much interest in it in any other context, but when it comes to just like playing and goofing around with friends, it is an excellent game. Absolutely. Ah, nice hard cider. Well done. Well done. Absolutely. Definitely go to that. So, okay, so this is something that I've been trying to think about. Like I've been thinking about more and more doing, and I might just start doing it. I'm gonna start planning it and doing it moving forward. I'm not gonna enforce ammo limits per se on my players, because again, I totally understand the perspective of that not being a super fun thing to do. But I'm gonna start putting ammo limits on the enemies, just so that way I can like have incentives to make things a bit more interesting when you have an enemy that has longbows or spears. So that way they're not just like spending the entire fight way off in the distance or up close. Like they've got limits to how much stuff they can do. Go solo sleep, but not all the time. Yeah, I mean, and some games really are just more fun when it's multiplayer. Like that's absolutely a true thing too. Some games are just better when there's more people. So, oh, I totally get you. I totally get you. So, yeah, no, I totally understand. I totally understand the plight of wanting more people to play with and not being able to find them. I get that. Okay, here's what we're gonna do actually. Since Cat Cam has turned into Empty Cam, here's what we can do. Here's a fun thing to do that's D&D related. Cat Cam shall now become, wait for it. Oh shoot, I might need to really like mess with my tripod settings here. I want to set it up to be Dice Cam. I'm gonna try and set it up to be Dice Cam if I can get the angle to work here for us. I gotta really toy with my tripod here. Hold on a second. Dice Cam! There's my dice tray. That's my fabulous dice tray. We're gonna set up Dice Cam. So that way you can see me when I'm rolling for random ammo limits for all of them. So that's what we're gonna do. I feel like, okay, so here we go. Question for the group. What do you think would be a fair dice to roll for the ammo limits on how many pieces of ammo? No, you don't get to come back here. We just set up Dice Cam. You were gonna go off and do all kinds of things, and now doing other things. You want to come back? How could you be more of a cat? He's like, I want food. You want to come up? Oh, yeah, she's entering food mode. As soon as I moved the chair, she ran away. Oh, okay. Do you want to come up? Okay, you can come up, but I'm keeping it on Dice Cam right now. We're gonna do that because you're entering flighty mode, and I don't want to. I can tell that you're in feisty flighty cat mode. You don't actually want to hang out. You're pacing. Yeah, there she is. Are you gonna go up on your tree? Please go on your tree. No, those are dice. Oh my god, my cat is driving me insane. Do adventure, PvP enable. Want to go there alone? Yeah, that's fair. And just see attacking other people. There we go. Cat. This cat is driving me insane. Sorry. Yeah. So okay. Number of what do you suppose would be a good dice roll for randomly assigning how many arrows a gnoll will have on their thing? I'm thinking like roll 1d8 so that they can have as few as 1 or 2, but as many as being able to do a full battle. But I don't know. Do you think that's gonna be too much, Cat? You're driving me insane right now. She's right on top of the mouse right now. Like, I'm laying here now. D10 might be better. Fair enough. I gotta pick out which of my dice collection I want to use. And I want to do. Oh, I know what ones I want to do. Boom! I want to do my fire metal dice. Like, look at those things. Look how pretty they are. Oh, they're so pretty. So pretty. D6 plus 2. That's not bad. That was another thought I had. Like doing 2d6 or 2d4 or something like that. 3d4. Maybe that could be up to 12. So that way they all have at least 2. I like the idea of d6, but that gives all of them at least 3. 6 bolts in a quiver, something like that. Yeah, there's like a limit to how many. So yeah, maybe doing the like d6 plus 2 is the best way to go for it. Because then like it just like ends up being the max, but then they have a minimum of at least 1. Although I actually like the idea of doing 2d4 now that I think about it. I think 2d4 seems like a good way to do it. 1d4 plus 2, you could do it that way, yeah. D4 plus 2. That gives all of them a minimum of 3. That seems pretty fair. That seems pretty fair. I mean, if they're set up to be guards, they would all have at least 3 arrows. 3, but a max of 6. All right, you've convinced me. You have convinced me. We'll do D4 plus 2. But I need to find the fire dice in the D4 one. Because 1, I already said I wanted to do that color. And 2, the metal makes it very pointy and dangerous. And I like living life on the edge. So there we go. See, look at how pretty they are. Oh, it's got the gold trim. Got the gold trim. Look at that, so pretty. All right, so we're gonna just roll for each of them. Okay, one of them. Oops, I don't know how well it's not gonna be zoomed in very well. And these are also really hard to grab. It's the one on top there. You can see it. Boom. So we've got, let's see here, 1 with 3 bolts. The next one has, oh, that one's got 6 bolts. 1 with 6 bolts. Actually, it's arrows. It's not a crossbow. It's a longbow. Arrows. It matters. These things matter. They matter to me, damn it. Arrows. And then the last one with, let's see here. What will it be? That one also is just going to have 3, so we'll say 2 with 3 arrows. Whoops, 2 with 3 arrows. Bada bing, bada boom, bada bing, bada boom. Perfect. And then 3x longbows. We'll say any remaining arrows. And then just for the sake of it, we'll just go ahead and say 3 spears because they all have the potential to use their spears. So that's what can possibly be found. We'll just go ahead and stick with it, and we're gonna go there. I don't know if this will ever be something that we if this will be something that'll ever end up being relevant or that my players will care about, but I've always thought, like, man, I kind of really want to dive into that and really have that level of specificity going on with stuff. So you know what, damn it, I'm the DM, I'm god of this world, I can do what I want to do, so that's what I'm gonna do. Well, 6 arrows is higher rank. Yeah, there you go. He's boss Snoll in this situation. So great. Okay, yeah, and so then we'll do that, and then here's what we're also going to do. In terms of loot, we're going to roll. They're also going to have D4 plus 2 copper in their pockets for how much money they have. So in total, that gives us 3 copper, 6 copper, a 9 copper. So they get 1 silver. So I'm just not even going to put money because my players, they will like refuse to write down anything smaller than a gold in their money. They're just like, it is too cumbersome, and they don't like doing the math of anything less than a gold. So if anything costs less than a gold, they just pay a gold. And they're like, there, it's fine, it's whatever. The rules for retrieval, come back, 50% chance to recover used ammo. Yeah, they do something, there is something like that. Since my players don't, since they don't like to keep track of ammo and I don't enforce it, I've never really had to look it up. Because that's one that, like, as much as I think it would be fun, I think it's kind of an unnecessary thing. And if it just hampers the fun that my players are having, I'm definitely willing to concede that one. So I've never had to worry about it. I'll add weather effects a lot to travel to, like, random traveling rolls. So like if they're traveling a long distance, there's the chance that inclement weather impacts them. And so I'll do stuff like that a lot. Foundry automatically does that kind of stuff. Yeah. Foundry has a lot of that kind of stuff to take care of it to a certain degree. It's really nice. A lot of it requires setup. And like, cause we do use Foundry, and I just kind of have a little bit of time in my days that I'll slowly add extra little things like that and work on adding those things. So it takes some time to set that stuff up. But yeah, Foundry's pretty handy for that kind of stuff. Are you gonna knock over the camera when you jump? You're setting yourself up that it looks like your tail might knock over the camera. Are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Gonna do it? Oh, she managed to do it without knocking over the camera and everything. Look at her go. Great, yeah, so I'm just not gonna worry about the money. For the players, they just don't care about it. Yeah, perfect. Okay. So there's more to do, and I'm going to continue writing. But before I continue writing, I need to run to the bathroom. So I'm going to do that. I'm going to refill my drink. Sit tight for me. When I come back, we've got another hour of like writing and stuff. So sit tight, and I will see you in just a few minutes. I appreciate your patience. All right, we're back. We are back. I mean, it sounds like you at least got one friend in your girlfriend, so, you know, and that's the most important one. Don't Beast by Cold Pressed it is. Nice. Very nice. Yeah, I do kind of miss having physical books. Like, I've still got lots of physical books, but I've kind of switched to purchasing all my stuff digitally, so that way I can, like, use it and integrate it with like, Foundry and stuff, because I play online more than I play in person. And I don't want to have to buy everything twice, so I basically just buy everything digitally now. And part of me misses the physical books and, like, using those, but the other thing is, I have to admit, using digital is just so much more convenient. Yeah, exactly. I've got my collection of books. The books that I actually really like and I'm considering continuing to purchase to collect. Hi, kitty. Oh, you're going to hang out my lap? Okay. Do that. That's a great place for you. It's just right in the lap. But yeah, getting the... oh, look at this. We'll go ahead and set up cat and dice cam together. Look at that. But yeah, no, like the books that I consider purchasing are finding and collecting up like the old school advanced D&D books and stuff like that. I've got a small collection of them right now, and those ones are really cool. I have a lot of fun having those ones. So look at this kitty. Are you gonna here, kitty? Oh, she's gonna play with you guys get to see her playing with the little bead that's on the drawstring of the bag. So enjoy that. Cat cam. Yeah, okay. Well, if you're gonna be all like, oh, I don't get to cuddle because she's cooking. It's like, oh, so it's food instead. Those are like the two best things in the world: cuddling and eating. So don't act like it's gonna earn you sympathy. Oh boy. And stuff. Okay, pull up, Eldritch. You're in a nosedive right now. Oh boy. Captain Pessimist over there. I'm kidding. I'll just go steal something. I don't know. My girlfriend and I do that all the time with each other. Steal food. Share food. That's like what you do. You just share food. It's fine. 2 gigs in PDFs for 3, 5, and 3. That's impressive. That's impressive. Kitty. Super cute. Super cute. That's fair. That's fair. Sometimes you just got a quote in your heart and you got to share it. Sometimes you just got to share the quote in your heart. I get it. I understand. All right, back to dice cam. You guys like my dice tray? I like my dice tray a lot. I like my little my biohazard dice tray. It's super cool. Anyway, mission tie-ins here. This one, this stuff is all just going to be, I guess we can kind of do this. I'm gonna say nothing in particular, other than this is the entry to the query where everything else is taking place. Well, there we go. And monthly releases for custom materials. Let's just get a Reddit post and yeah. There's a certain culture of like magazines and catalogs and stuff that's just kind of gone nowadays. I don't know if it'll ever come back. Same with like newsletters and stuff like that. Like they're just there's like a certain stuff that just like, with the changing of times just not really there. And I think it's because of things like Reddit and stuff that can kind of curate more stuff from a wider base, that it's just more convenient and it's less costly to produce that type of stuff. So yeah, it's kind of too bad. But changing of the times and all that. Okay, room 10 I think is good. I think that one's good. I want to try and make sure we get at least a couple more rooms done here before we call it a day. So I'm gonna try and zero in and be a bit more focused here. Spent a lot of time talking about my cat there, so I'm gonna try and make up for that. Not a whole lot of reward here either. So I think that's good. I think that's real good. So now area 1. So I'm going to go ahead and actually, I already know. So area 1 is this one right here. This area right here. That's kind of deep in there. And so I want to, I want to put a couple possible entries depending on where they approach from. So like I was saying earlier, there's a million different ways to approach preparing for a game. And everyone's approach is going to be different, and it just kind of depends on how you are as a DM and how your players like to play games. Like I'm a world builder. So for me, the fun part is building the world. It's like I don't even consider myself sitting here writing, like prepping a session. I don't consider this session prep. I consider this just me doing my hobby of world building, and I love it. And that's just how I do it. So, first session. They killed a god on session 1. They were level 1. That sounds like a shitty god, and it's probably that god deserved to die. I'm going to be perfectly honest. sounds like it wasn't much of a god at all, so he got what he got. Sounds just like some sort of average Joe Herb there, claiming that he was a god and getting himself killed. At least you can write that into the story and have it be that way. That's what I would do. All right, area 1 narrative. I'm going to say depending on approach, let's see here. Depending on approach, may need to search for. Oh no, the tunnel is going to be pretty wide open. So never mind. I guess it doesn't depend on it because I've changed my mind. The tunnels aren't going to be hidden. They're going to be pretty open there. It's like Ant-Man and Thanos. I mean, hey man. If they can figure out how to do that, and if they have the tools to do it, I suppose that's just what they get to do. All right, let's see here. Let's say this narrow platform is only accessible by climbing or entering. Wait, no, it's not entering through the tunnel. I don't want those tunnels to connect to each other. They're connecting to the other areas. Is how I want it to be done, I think. Yeah. Climbing up or down from it. Player increases in size, then vulnerability spell on. Hey, like I say, if you're gonna give them those tools, then there you go. Then they get to do that kind of stuff. Okay, let's see here. Now platform is only accessible by climbing up or down from it. Up or we'll say up or down to it is what we need to say. Hold on, that's a little too. That's not a narrative description. I'm gonna be more narrative in this. So let's see here. So I do want to say, can approach from above or waka waka. That guy, he might have been an ass, but he no longer has one, that's for sure. Cave, wet or dry. So the cave, here, let me show you the picture so you can kind of understand what we're, oops, not that one. This one right here. We're talking about this platform right here. The cave right here is something they can go into. It will be dry, but it's not going to impact climbing for them. The climbing is just here. They can either climb from below or above. This one does not have a distinct path to it. It's long since collapsed. So let's see here. Can approach from above or below. Oh, I need to change that. Otherwise, my bullet points are going to be the wrong color, and I don't like it. And we can do, there we go. So if climbing down from above, boom. So if climbing down from above, as you descend this short climb from the grassy areas above, let's see here. Land on the platform. And on the platform and find it completely deserted. Let's say, let me see here. I try to like give like the full sense, the full sensory thing. You know, the what do you see? What do you hear? What do you feel? What do you smell? All that kind of stuff is what I try to consider. And if there's like something that there wouldn't be anything distinctive, I'll just nix it rather than being like, you don't smell anything, you don't hear anything. But you know, largely completely deserted. Let's see if climbing down from above, from over the ledge of this platform, you can hear the soft chittering and growling of some snolls who appear to be further below in the quarry. You also see a few precariously located boulders near the edge of the plateau. So we're gonna do that, and we're gonna put more details about that with our danger of ground collapse risk, because I'm gonna try and set it up so that depending on how they investigate and how successful they are with investigations, they may be able to successfully cause a landslide onto the snolls below, or they may be able to or they may fail and the ground might collapse underneath them, depending on how they approach that. I do think I want to specify, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, the wet or dry disadvantage isn't going to play a factor in this situation, but that is a good reminder that over below. I do want to put either way. I'm gonna do a DC 15 to climb without falling. If fall, it's a relatively short one, so we're just gonna say 1d for damage. Because it's a short climb. Like each of these ledges is maybe like 6 or 7 feet, so it's like, you know, you'll twist an ankle or maybe break a wrist at worst if you fall. You're unlikely to get yourself killed unless it's just like, unless you like nat one it and then you just like, you know, Family Guy character falling down the stairs style, fall all the way into the quarry. But I think that's good. And I think we can take a lot of this and recycle it and just change it a little bit. If climbing up from below, as you ascend the short climb from the platform below, plateau below, land on the you reach the platform and find it completely deserted. We can get rid of this one because if they're coming from below, then they probably are unlikely to have any of these snolls still alive to deal with. And we'll do that. And actually, though, now that I'm thinking about it, if we're gonna do a risk of ground collapse here, I think if they're climbing up from below, there's the chance that it gives way while they're climbing. We'll say you start to climb and notice that much of the stone that you are grabbing seems loose and insecure. And we're going to do the M note here, and we're going to say DC. I'm going to make it a DC 15 again. I don't want it to be the hardest thing, but like this is like a rock wall potentially giving way underneath them as they're trying to climb it. So I want this to be kind of difficult. So DC 15 to scramble and grab successfully. Otherwise, 2d4 damage for falling and having big rocks land on top. Boom. And that's the type of thing too where it's like if they wanted to investigate, if they thought about that and wanted to investigate, they could potentially do that. Or like, so I'm saying DC 15 to scramble and grab successfully, but if they're like, you know what, I'm not that high off, I'm just gonna try and jump off, give them like an easy roll to like push off and jump off. So it's like all this is variable, just trying to give myself a little like a couple benchmarks and stuff like that. So I think we're gonna do that. So the danger here is we're going to say the danger here is if players are tempted to roll the boulders down, they may cause a ground collapse as they approach them. Additionally, that's being addicted to added things. So let's see. Additionally, welcome back, Enforcer Round. Good to see you again. There. Additionally, the above if they try to climb the wall. So collapse as they approach. Let's see. We'll say DC 17. I'm gonna make it difficult to notice the unstable ground before it collapses. DC, and then we'll just say DC 13 to jump back as it starts to collapse. If fail, we're going to increase the damage a little bit on this one because it'll be a full fall from the full height and kind of being stuck in a rock slide. We're going to do this one. We're going to make this one 1d6 damage with fall. Additionally, see about if they try to climb the wall. We'll say climb the wall from below. I think that keeps it all organized and clear. Few happenstances, and like I say, it's all variable, and so depending on the situation, it may or may not be relevant. But there we got a few things. Rewards. So let's see here. Rewards. There's not much. Not much other than. Oh wait, hold on. There's one other thing I need to add to these. You also can see the opening to a cave that leads into the quarry. And then I'm going to put DM note next to room. What room number was it? In the other map here, because we got this one here in A, next to room 1. Or area 1 and in Quarry interior. 1 in Quarry interior map. Boom. Okay. That, and then let's see here. Grab this, copy, and oops, nope, not bold. Paste. There we go. Okay, there we go. That covers everything. Not much other than a few sneaky ways to explore the quarry. I'm not going to do much else. I am going to do a more convenient way. I should be doing this that way every time. Do that, and then let's see. And then the last part here, our mission tie-ins. Things again. Nothing specific other than connection to underground where lots of stuff is. It's a lot of extra stuff to type all of that in there. But I find it's worth it to do all of that because it's oftentimes a lot quicker to read an obvious thing when I am having a mind blank in the middle of a session than to sit there and try to, Windows XP reboot my brain and remember what on earth I was thinking about live and in the moment. So I always go for over-explaining things to myself than under-explaining things. But that's just my approach. I don't know. Other people might look at this and be like, wow, what a lot of work for not much payoff, considering you're basically describing, like, there's nothing here. So, different strokes, different folks, all that stuff. So, great. Okay, that's room 1. Area 2, this is up above here. I think this one doesn't have any risks. I'm mostly just offering this as, like, a different vantage point for players to go down. And, I mean, really, they can go down in any of these areas. But I'm thinking that this one, it's really that this one can be as a way to get into A. So if they can, like, from here, be kind of scouting it out and get some good scouting views, they can at least see, like, that opening and that opening. And so if they wanted to get there, that kind of offers a way for them to get down. I had thought about maybe putting, like, some wolves or something up there. But I think mostly it's just, like, that's going to be an alternative approach to things. And maybe I'll put just, like, some sort of, like, information. Like, maybe there's... Oh, you know what we could do, actually? This is something I had thought about doing, but decided not to. But I think I'm going to do this. I think I'm going to do this because I think this will be fun. I am going to... Let's go up and revisit here. We haven't put any here. Here we go. Question for chat. I'm looking for audience participation here. Give me a good Knoll name. It can be a boy or a girl. It doesn't matter. Just give me a good Knoll name. We have the only names we have right now is we have Oxen Ground Knuckle. He's the leader Knoll, and then his pet that's half Knoll, half wolf. Don't ask how that happens. He doesn't even understand it. His name is Knuckle Duster. So, you know, suggest your best knoll names. Snoll names specifically, because they're snowy knolls. So, you know, do that. I'm gonna put like a runt of the litter, like exiled knoll. He's not explicitly exiled, but like super bullied. And so we're just gonna tuck him up there. Like he's up there and if players approach him kindly, he might like offer them information and help them as opposed to being an enemy. You know, so it's just all how they handle it. So I don't know. And as I'm writing the rest of the details of this guy, if you have a good knoll name, share it in the chat, and I'll put it there. Or if you don't have any other names, then I'll just come up with something stupid, and that'll work too. Let's see here. This is a. Actually, here, hold on. I'm gonna give a little narrative. No. We'll do the narrative below. We'll just say a runty knoll who. Oh, wait. Hold on. I gotta be specific about this. Runty Snoll, who gets picked on often and likes to sit outside the quarry to get away from the constant purple nurples and noogies. Is that how you spell noogies? How do you spell noogies? Oh, it's not a word, I see. Nurples is 100% a word. Microsoft is just wrong. Let's see here. We'll say, actually, we'll leave it blank. He slash, since we haven't decided a name yet, he slash she, doesn't explicitly hate the rest of the Snolls, but, the years of bullying have made him slash her, very susceptible to the kindnesses of anyone who doesn't bully him slash her. As a result, if players are nice, they will offer information about the quarry, though they will be too chicken shit to join in any fights. Oh wait, hold on, though he or she. Guess we have. Okay, alright, Enforcer Round. Sorry, I wanted to get that thought out before I read that. And it's artificial as any because the rest of the group. Anyway, we're starting new characters. 600-year time skip. Hey, you know what? Sometimes that's just what you gotta do. That's my group. We restarted recently because one of our members left and it just didn't feel right to go on with the same party missing one of their critical characters. So we started a new campaign. Sometimes that's how it goes. At least you still have a game, right? Alright, let's see here. Ending up to him final goodbyes. That's awesome. That's awesome. Letting you be part of the world building. Part of the world building process. I think that's really cool. I like that. Alright, let's see here. So, alright, since none y'all have any good knoll names for me, I am going to go ahead and do it myself, which is to say I'm going to go to fantasynamegenerators.com and look one up that way. Because I can't come up with good names ever. Pop culture, Dungeons and Dragons. There's so many names. This website is one of the most amazing things ever created. Let's see here. Oh, that's right. Yeah, they don't. Wait, it's just easier to go like this and then go over to the knoll names there. That way. Let's see here. Okay, we're gonna roll a d20. If it's okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna roll a d20. On evens, it's a boy. On odds, it's a girl. On a natural 1 or a natural 20, it is indiscernible. Evens boy, odds girl. That's a 5. It's a girl. We've successfully had our our first decision in Pokemon Red or Blue. Let's see here. So let's just like pick from these things. I really want the name to be something like really silly. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna go with Dirt Thumb. Because we have Ground Knuckle, and so I like the idea of like this one maybe chose the name Dirt Thumb to be like, she thought it would be really cool because she like really liked the leader, and everyone just thought it was really stupid, and so they just made fun of her because kids are mean. And we're gonna go with I like Ish. So we're gonna go with Ish Dirt Thumb. I like it a lot. Li Ish Dirt Thumb. There we go. T Snow, who gets picked on often, likes to sit outside to get away from the constant purple nurples and noogies. Jay, I'm leaving purple nurples because Snowls don't distinguish between men and women when giving their purple nurples. They find that nurple and they purple it, and that's that. They're equal opportunity with their bullying because they're Snowls and they're stupid. All right, there we go. I like that. We can get rid of all that stuff. We don't need to worry about that. Let's see here. I also want to write him a final goodbye. Hey. And she was the first artificer that died. Hometown. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know if I can help you with that. I think that's just going to depend on your group dynamics and all that kind of stuff. But like I say, I think it's just kind of cool that they're letting you be part of the process. I think that's kind of a neat thing. Way cooler than I would do. My players can't touch my world. No, that's not true at all. I give my players a lot of opportunities to sort of interact with the world and influence. Like, a lot of times when I'm starting a campaign, I'll say, like, here's what I have for the world so far. Tell me what kind of character thing you had in mind, and we'll work on incorporating that into the world, so that way we can have the world be one that like makes sense for your character to be in. And so I'll have my players do a lot with the world building aspect of things. Okay, so this one. So we're gonna say I'm gonna say no danger. But then the reward is we're gonna do no danger / hold on. Possible ally. Oh, this one we need to do possible rock slide. And then like the reward is going to be alternative, paths. There we go. Okay. So as you patrol the perimeter of the quarry, at one point you start to hear soft snuffling sounds. And I'm gonna have this be the same no matter what, because this Snoll is not paying attention. She's just sad and she's bullied and off to the side. We'll just say sitting under a tree, a small Snoll that sitting under a tree is a small Snoll that is either very young or just very runty. Is what we'll say with that one. Let's see here. Even though it's knowing Dragon's world was at an end, that dragon is a great worm. The tomb as victory was highly. Is what would artificer? Oh, what would an artificer tomb be like? I don't know. I mean, again, I really think that's gonna, like, I don't know how helpful I can be, because I feel like that's gonna be much more dependent on the nature of the world. I guess just thinking about like an artificer, like, so I guess it's like, is this a tomb that the artificer would have wanted, or that people would have designed for the artificer? Because it's if what people would have wanted to design for the artificer, then it's just going to be like what sort of aesthetics they thought would be nice as a final goodbye. If the artificer got a say in what their tomb would be like, then then, you know, you can kind of go for some thematic elements of it being kind of like, you know, maybe there's like a bunch of like different like fancy magical locks and stuff like that on the doors or something like that to protect whatever treasures they may have been buried with. I don't know, man. I think I feel like that one still kind of is the same thing, where it's like it's really going to depend on the nature of the campaign and the world that you're part of, and I just don't have the context for that. I don't know. Like if it's something that you have the freedom to write, that you are able to write for your character, just kind of have fun with it and do whatever you think would be really cool and whatever you want for your character. I mean, it sounds like they're just kind of giving you the opportunity to set up what you think would be a nice final resting place for the character. So I'd say just like whatever you think would be nice. Like if that's going to be, you know, like an Egyptian style pyramid with mummies in it, then go for that. If you're thinking that it's going to be just like a really nice, you know, a really nice memorial somewhere, you know, then like do that. I don't know. Like I know I'm not being super helpful, but I feel like just the concept of making the tomb for a character is something that's like really personalized to the character, and I have like zero context for exactly what that would be. I feel like that's going to be something on you to kind of work with. And if you're looking for inspiration, I'd talk to your other players and be like, what do you think would be a nice thing for this? Like talk to the other people in the group and just kind of make it something personal for the group. Don't ask some random jackass on the internet. Like I don't know. I don't know what your game's like. I think when you're making a tomb or making a memorial, you can really go for whatever level of beauty that you want to go for. Just whatever you think would be a nice send-off. Like if you were getting to do a send-off for the character, just do that. Like whatever you think would be a nice send-off, you know, do that. And I feel like that's going to be completely on you because you're the one who knows the character the best. So I would say just kind of, you know, maybe try just at some point in time today or tonight or tomorrow or whenever, you know, find a quiet moment, put on some of your favorite music or something like that, close your eyes and just like try and envision what it would be like. And then do that. Or like, you know, Google search some cool ideas and whatever one that you think is the coolest, do that. You know, I don't know. Like I don't want to sit here and tell you what to do with your character because I think that's, especially like what you're describing, I think that's an incredibly personal thing to do with your character. And we all put so much of ourselves into our characters and our worlds and the parts that we do with those things. Like that's the thing for me. I put so much of myself into the world, you know? But then whenever I do make a character, I put so much of myself and my own ideas and thoughts and you know, characteristics of myself. Maybe it's who I am, maybe it's who I wish I was, or you know, I try to do the antithesis of me. But either way, like the characters are so influenced by the player doing it that I think something like that is an incredibly personal thing. So I think it should just be entirely what you think would be the best thing. So just kind of think about, you know, maybe in real life, what would you like if you could pick your perfect tomb? What would it be? Kind of a morbid thought, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like I wasn't much help at all, but you're welcome. Like yeah, I don't know. I just don't want to tell you how to say goodbye to your character, right? Because that's just a really personal thing. So, you know, say goodbye in whatever way seems like the most appropriate way to do so is what I would say. And like whatever, write down, describe whatever. Like, try to think about some ideas and think about whatever, when you think about that being the final resting place of your character, whatever's going to make you smile and be the happiest, right? That's kind of like what I think about, and that's like a real life thing too. It's like, try to have your last memory with someone, whether it's like their funeral or just the last time, the moment you spend with someone in real life. Just try to make sure that the last time you interacted with them or last time you saw them was something that would make you smile. So hoping the DM doesn't brush it off as your only word. Well, if the DM is going to be a butthole about it like that, then they shouldn't be giving you free reign to do whatever you want. Just like make it, and that's all the more reason to make sure that it's something that's meaningful to you. So that way, even if the DM doesn't understand the value or the beauty or the importance or whatever you ascribe to it, it's okay because it still means something to you, right? Just do it that way. Make sure it means something to you. So that way, if it doesn't mean anything to anyone else, that's okay because you still enjoy it, right? That's just me and like this writing in general. Like I put so much of myself into this game, not because I'm expecting everyone else to feel the same level of gravitas that I feel towards it, but because this is important to me. And so when I build my world and when I'm putting myself and my thoughts and my emotions and everything into this world, I'm putting myself into it. So I'm making sure that any part of this world that I think about or that I read to my players, even if it doesn't land for them, I know for me, I'm going to enjoy it and I'm going to have fun writing it and thinking about it and having it be something that I've made. So, you know, don't worry about what your DM says. If your DM is a crabapple about it, then, you know, just keep it for yourself and know that that's the true story of what happened. And the DM can do whatever they want to do for their world, and that's fine too, you know. But if the DM's giving you free reign, then I'd say take those reins and run with them. You know, if the DM doesn't like it, then lesson learned, he won't do that again. Like, I know if I have something that I have a specific idea for, I don't let my players touch it. You know, like if there's a design thing that I want this to have a specific, you know, a specific atmosphere, a specific, you know, energy or whatever, I don't let my players touch it. Like that's if that's what I want it to be, then I make sure it's on mine. But if I give it to my players, I recognize that when I'm giving the reins to my players, it's like they're going to come up with all kinds of weird, wacky stuff that may or may not fit. But that's okay, because I want them to be part of this part of it. You know, so even if it doesn't fit in my aesthetic, that's fine. You know, it can be just this little part that's a bit of an enigma. It can be a Tom Bombadil part of my world that doesn't really fit in, but it's still there, and I still have affection for it. So, yeah, hopefully that's your DM's approach, and if your DM has issue with that, then it's their fault for giving it to you. Good. I'm glad you got some ideas. So yeah, if I were you, I would take them and run with them, because that's what you've been told to do. And, you know, then at the very least, you can give yourself a nice little fare thee well to your character in whatever way you see fit. And that's what matters, because it's your character. So that's all I have to say about that. What my mom would always say. That's all I have to say about that. She gets it from the Forrest Gump, but my mom says it with much more dignity rather than just sort of like, you know, bored finality. Like, that's all I have to say about that. Anyways, let's at least finish this room. We got plenty of time to do it. As you patrol the perimeter of the quarry, at one point you start to hear soft snuffling sounds. Sitting under a tree is a small snoll that is either very young or just very runty. She appears to be crying and doesn't notice you approaching. And doesn't notice you approaching. When you finally get her attention, she startles and appears very afraid, not reaching towards any weapons, simply watching you with apprehension. Oops. Boom. There we go. Okay. So for this one, what I'm going to do is instead of danger, I'm going to say interactions right here, and we're just going to describe kind of. I'm just going to put in a few notes about what the interactions can be here. I'm just going to tell myself simply role play this one. We'll play this one. This is Yish. What was his Dirt Thumb? This is Yish Dirt Thumb. We'll say see above. And she is hiding after having been haystacked by some of the other snolls. Does everyone know what haystacking is? Is that something that was like, I feel like everyone knows exactly what it is, but calling it haystacking, I don't know if anyone else knows what it is. It's when like one person like kneels down or crouches down behind someone, and then a second person comes up in front and pushes them so they tumble over the person who's crouching behind. That's a haystack. And there was a very short period where that was really popular in middle school for me. And I got haystacked once, and it hurt a lot, and I didn't like it. And then kids started getting in big trouble anytime they did it, because it was also dangerous, because a couple kids like cracked their heads on like the sidewalk and stuff from people doing it. So they kind of put the stop. They put the hammer down on that one pretty quick. But yeah, if you didn't know, that's what haystacking is. I feel like it's the type of thing where there's probably regional terms that different people will have grown up knowing the same thing as. But Hey there, PCM. How's it going? Good to see you here. Okay, so yeah, she is hiding after having been haystacked by some of the other Snolls. She speaks only a little common, but will be willing to try and will be willing to try and be friendly with the players if they are friendly back. We'll say DC 13 checks to get valuable information from her. However, if they are friendly enough, she may offer the info freely. Just flow with it and see what happens. Boom. There we go. Okay. What happens? Will not want to fight the other Snolls. Here's what we're gonna do. Not want to fight the other Snolls, but if the players want to adopt her like they always do with sad/friendly NPCs, they may have a chance to do so. Again, just flow with it. This is how I write notes to myself, like I'm having a conversation with myself. So that way when I go back and read it, I can be like, okay, that's a cool idea, me. Good thinking. We'll go ahead and go with that. Doing character stuff, nice. Gotta love that character building. I don't get to do much of it as a DM, but that's okay. I guess I kind of get to do the most of it because I make a bunch of NPCs. It's just less about character building and more like character emotion building, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. I make jokes all the time about being the forever DM, but I will say, don't let me fool you. I love being a DM, and it's one because it is a really good ego boost to just be like, you know, the god of the world. But the other reason is I just love world building. I love world building. I love it. I love sitting here coming up with these details, coming up with our friendly little yeesh dirt thumb who is swiftly turning into a child Snoll that our players will. Knowing my players, there's a better than 50% chance they will try to adopt Yeesh. And if they do, I will 100% allow it. Some things I try to put the hammer down, but other things I'm like, no, I'm into it. It can happen. 100 times more characters than your players. That's very true. The flip side of it is, though, most of my characters that I create are created to die. That's the thing that I always tell anyone who's like getting into DMing is like, be prepared to find your fun wherever you can, because your job as a DM is ultimately to lose so your players can win, you know, lose and win. Like combats, you're unlikely to really win and have awesome, amazing moments in combat. Your cool moments in combat will 100% be just you setting up your players to be the heroes. So you'll never be the hero. Most of your characters will die. So make sure you have fun and enjoy the creation process of it, which is why it works so well for me as a world builder, because I just love imagining these characters. Losing by as little as possible. And the thing for me, and like, you know, it's also explains why I love being, you know, a kickboxing coach as opposed to still being like a kickboxer myself these days. Is because I'm just the kind of person who I derive more joy from seeing other people succeed than my own successes. Like when I succeed at something, like I've achieved some really lofty goals that I have set for myself in life. And my reaction every time I get them, every time I accomplish them, is always somewhere along the lines of, cool, I did that. All right, that's fun. Moving on. Meanwhile, I will watch friends and family achieve very small things, and I'll be like, yes, look at you go. Like literally in the crowd watching my fellow kickboxers succeed. I'm like, yes. So I'm all about when I see my players triumph over a really tough battle, I feel quite a lot of joy from that. So, you know, it's a good role for me. It's a good role for me. Even as there is one game that I actually am a player in right now. It's a Pathfinder game, and this is the most fun character of any character I've ever played. And it's a bard who only does support spells. He refuses to harm anything, and he only does support spells to help his teammates do better in battle. He refuses to actually do any damage, and it's the most fun character I've ever had playing. Strongest soldiers, toughest battles. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Make them earn those wins. Make them earn those wins, because then it's like the triumph is that much sweeter for them too. All right, let's see here. Rewards. In this one, let's see here. We'll go ahead and say, Ish will tell them about how the tunnels interconnect, and that by sneaking through the tunnels, the players may be able to avoid having to deal with any of the not any, we'll say with most of the snolls. She knows this because she will use them often to avoid being bullied. Poor darling dear baby Snoll. Gosh dang it. See, this is what I do, though. This is what I do. I start off with just like, I don't know, maybe I'll give them an ally. And then, like, 20 minutes later, after I started writing this character, I'm like, oh my god, she's so precious. I want her to survive and live happily ever after with the players being her collective, it takes a village family living, like, raising her. I want her to be happy forever and ever. And it's like, because I get attached to my characters. And that's why I make characters like this one. This NPC was also like, no, she'll refuse to fight. She cannot die. She cannot die. I refuse to let her die, so she won't fight. Well, that's not true. It's possible for her to die, but it won't be just because my players are like, hey, let's use this one as fodder. When I get attached to a character, it's like, no, they have plot armor. They are not allowed. That's your mission tie-ins. What I'm gonna say for this is, excuse me, goodness gracious, nothing directly, but Aish will be able to also offer clues about maps, leaders, and a strange magic object she's not allowed to see. Actually, I'm gonna change this. It's not offer clues. You will mention vague things about maps, leaders, and a strange magic object she's not allowed to see. So it's like she's just like it's like her thing is like she'll just sort of absently just be excited to talk to someone who's not going to, as described, people who are not going to give her purple nurples and noogies. And so if the players are nice to her, she'll just sort of like, it's not like she's actively trying to help them. It's more so that she's just like, she doesn't care about them, and she'll just kind of start talking because she's just so excited that someone's actually talking to her rather than punching her. And so they can get a lot of information, and then if they keep being nice to her, then, you know, they can do that. The one thing that I'm trying to think about, though, is how I'm going to reconcile it if they encounter her and then they go in and massacre all of the Snolls, right? Like if they scorched earth that place and there's no one else alive and there's just little Miss Dirt Thumb here, like, is she gonna be okay with that? Like, she's not a big fan of them, but at the same time, that is her family, you know, and it's like, you know, and it's like that does develop a lot of moral quandaries about, like, would it be a rescue if they scorched earth all of the other Snolls and then just like kept her alive and then like, come on baby child, let's go home? Like, is that just like indentured servitude at that point in time? Like, does that, is that really free will if she's like, well, I could stay here and starve to death because everyone I know and love is dead, or I could follow these fellows who, while granted were nice to me, are kind of my only option. You know what? I'm not going to overthink it, and we're just going to go ahead and if that happens, we're going to turn that in. We're going to fold that in there as like a side quest type of situation where it's like if they go that route, then it's like, screw it. I'll go ahead and like make them have to consider those questions and think about those difficult situations. Because, you know, they decided to be murder hobos about it, and now they have to deal with the consequences of that. As I talked about earlier, if my players want to do stupid stuff, they're going to have stupid consequences, right? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. That's it. They play the stupid game of, like, just thinking that everything's going to be all hunky-dory if they kill a small Knoll's entire social circle and then just, like, bring her back with them. Like, is she going to feel indentured to them? Is she going to feel imprisoned by them? Is she going to want to go with them? I don't know. We'll deal with that if we get there. These are the types of horrible things that I like to mess with my players' heads over. And that's why I'm a good DM, because I'm not afraid to just screw with my players' heads from time to time. I've done it before, and I'll do it again. I mean, not that sinisterly, but, like, yes, I will. Absolutely, I do that all the time. I do that all the time, and it's what makes it fun. Like I say, as a DM, you kind of have to find your own fun. All right, perfect. So, with that room done, I'm looking at the time, and I'm thinking the time is about right to call it a session, because I will need to get myself going, because I've got some stuff I got to do this afternoon. So let me bring us over to our chatting screen. Thank you so much to everyone who stopped by. Lots of cool, interesting questions, fun questions, lots of good discussion about different DM approaches. I have a lot of fun doing this type of stuff. Oh shoot, hold on, we're at an ad break. I'm gonna sit here and we'll do our sign off after the ad break. Gotta get my money. Gotta get my money. Gotta get that money. Get paid. I get like a cent from each ad break. It's really funny. I look at it, I'm like, I almost wish they just wouldn't do it at all. But yeah, hold on. We'll just sit there and wait. Awkward. I don't even know if it's like ad break for everyone, but like, you know, just go ahead and wait till that passes, just so that way I can properly say goodbye to all of you, because y'all mean a lot to me. And I appreciate y'all being here. So I want to make sure I can, like, thank y'all properly. So, you know, just gonna wait here. I don't know how long these automatic ones last. I'm really bad at streaming. I don't know how any of this works. I barely even noticed that they were doing an ad break at all. The timing was just really awkward with that. I really wish I could, like, set up and control the timing a bit more myself. But I don't know how any of that works. So I'm just going to sit here and babble until it is clear to me that there's no more ad breaks going on right now. Going to sit here and, there we go. Okay, there we go. Looks like the ad break is done. Man, awkward timing. But like I say, you know, good for me. Got to get that extra nickel in of that ad revenue before we end the stream. So, yes, my transformation into a dirty capitalist has begun. Haha. All right, anyway. Thank you so much, you guys. For everyone who joined in. I really do have so much fun with all these. Like, I love the discussion. I love the questions that people bring. I love that I can sit here and help people sort of come up with ideas and talk about, like, DMing type stuff. I have a whole lot of fun with it, and doing these streams is definitely top 5 highlights of my week every week. So thank you for joining me. I appreciate you guys. My usual streaming schedule is my Mondays, Tuesdays, Thursdays, Fridays, 11:30 a.m. Eastern time zone, usually go until around 3:30 p.m. Exceptions to that all basically being if work gets in the way and I have to do something else. I unfortunately getting a couple cents per ad break does not pay the bills like my other day job does. So, day job has to come first, but otherwise that's my usual streaming schedule. And I'm trying harder to add more streams in because I have so much fun doing it, and I want to just kind of keep hanging out with you guys and making more content for you guys. So, one of the ways we're going to do that, we tried it this Saturday and I had a ton of fun with it. We did a Saturday morning Lego build stream. I called it creative coffee. And it was really fun. It was really early in the morning, but the VOD's up there. And the Lego kit that I built still has a whole lot more to go on it. So we're going to do that. Kitty, do you want to come up and say goodbye to everyone? Come here and say goodbye to everyone. Kitty's up here. She wants to say goodbye. So she's going to put her tail in the way. But yeah, so like this Saturday, If it's at the same time, it'll be 7 a.m. Eastern time zone, which, like I say, it's really early, but I have a lot of fun with it. So if you want to come hang out, chat about stuff, we can chat about D&D, we can chat about games, we can do all that stuff, and I'm going to build a Lego set. We're going to build a Lego koi is what's going to be next on the list there. So, you know, I got that kind of stuff, and I'm trying to do extra evening streams when I have time. So just like if you wanna be privy to all of that kind of stuff, get yourself connected with particularly Discord and Twitter, but also because that's where I put announcements. But just in general, you can stay connected through those avenues. I also have a TikTok and an Instagram that I try to stay active on, have fun with those types of things. And then there's the YouTube channel, of course, where I put all of my VODs. So if you ever miss any of the streams, but you want to check them out, like if you want to see the Lego builds and stuff like that, but it's just too early, then, you know, go check them out on YouTube. That's fine too. It just makes me happy knowing that people are enjoying the stuff that I'm doing. It just, you know, knowing that I can have fun and that my fun will also give other people some fun is just a fun thing. So fun for everybody. I'm like the Oprah of fun. At any rate, thank you all for joining me. I think that's all of the announcements I have. Tomorrow, we'll be back to doing some gaming. Tuesdays and Fridays are always gaming. Mondays and Thursdays are the writing. So tomorrow we'll be playing some Fallout 2. Stop by for that. We can continue the adventures of Belinda. My cat is rubbing her face all over the microphone right now, probably causing all kinds of feedback. Stop being a butthole. I'm trying to sign off. I'll be there in a second. So, okay, at any rate, that's all I got. So hopefully I'll see you later this week. One way or another, take care of yourselves. Appreciate all of you guys, and yeah, I'll catch you cats on the flip side.